This is Steve Greenberg. These are Nick, Joe, and Kevin, aka the Jonas Brothers. This is the logo for Columbia Records, the label in which Steve would sign them to. This was the cover of their first album, and this is the music video for their first single, Mandy. This is the logo for the Disney-owned Hollywood Records, the band's second label. This is them on Cartoon Network. This is them on Hannah Montana. This is them touring with Demi Lovato. This is them competing in the Disney Channel games. This is them on Camp Rock. And, well, this is me, Mr. Nostalgia. For the past 3 years, I've been making content on this somewhat wonderful site we all call YouTube that's been more or less focused on, well, nostalgia. More specifically, childhood movies and shows. In Q1 of every year, I've released a retrospective on different sitcoms. 2023 was so random, 2024 was kicking it, and last year was my magnum opus, the 7-hour Zeke and Luther video. Despite the varying lengths of these videos, there is one thing that they all have in common. That being the fact that for the most part, I grew up watching all of the shows that they were focused on. Already being pretty familiar with them, I treated those videos as a way to revisit those shows, to see how much I actually remembered and if they still hold up. However, since I've done 3 of these already, with my last 2 being pretty similar in style, I thought I'd make a change to keep things fresh, new and exciting. For you guys too, but also for myself, to be completely honest with you. I thought about switching channels, thought about switching mediums, but the one constant thing that happened was that I ended up picking a show that I've seen a decent amount of, and I just didn't want to do that. If I'm going to keep making these multi-hour videos, I have to do something new. So I thought to myself, what would be a show that I never watched as a kid that would have an audience if I reviewed it today and also fit the nature of my channel? And after narrowing it down to a few ideas, I found what I was looking for. And I'm pretty sure you can tell by now which show I chose. Yes, today I have made the decision to watch, review, analyze the 2009 Disney Channel series known as Jonas. But that's not all. Not only have I never seen this show in my life, I barely know anything about the Jonas Brothers in general. And I thought to spice things up, it would be fun to, instead of just freshening up on my knowledge of shows I'm already familiar with, I would instead make a retrospective on a show I know next to nothing about, based on a band I know next to nothing about. What I do know is that no one ever talks about this show for some reason. Like, despite it starring some pretty big names, especially for its era, I see no one mention it while talking about other Disney Channel shows like Waverly Place or Hannah Montana. Even Cory in the House gets more discourse online than this show. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really curious as to why this is the case, because even if it's bad, it's the Jonas Brothers that alone should make it a little more relevant, right? Well, I guess we'll find that out today. My name is Mr. Nostalgia, and today we will be, for the first time ever, watching the Disney Channel original series, Jonas / Jonas LA. Okay, so what do I currently know about the Jonas Brothers? Well, I'm going to tell you, so you have an idea on where I'm standing when it comes to them. I know that there are 3 of them: Kevin, the oldest, Nick, the youngest, and Joe, the middle child. I also know that there is a 4th Jonas brother who is younger than them by a considerable amount, named Franklin, who, fun fact, I just found out at the time of me writing this, is a really big comic book fan, so that instantly makes him my favorite. And this random video I came across online while I was doing a quick check to make sure I got his name right is enough for me to follow him. I am probably the only person in the world that only follows Frankie Jonas on Instagram and none of the other Jonas Brothers. But that's what liking comics does to you. Okay, I also know that they had a show on Disney, which got renamed for season 2. Don't know what that's all about, but I'm sure I'll find out soon. They also did a lot of other stuff on Disney. Obviously, there are the Camp Rock films, check out my videos on them, and there's a good amount of other stuff that I'll talk about soon. They are also successful. I mean, no disrespect, but they aren't the Naked Brothers band. Although, one of them is dating Billie Eilish now, so he's successful in my book. I also know that Nick, I believe, has diabetes and used to have a purity ring, apparently.
My sources are telling me that all of them used to have rings. So now I know that all of them had rings.
Joe, on the other hand, fumbled Sophie Turner, which is crazy. But honestly, I don't know what actually happened between them. Maybe there's more to it. I don't really care. Sorry if that is like a bad thing to bring up in the Jonas community. Probably won't be the last time. Okay, speaking of dating, Joe dated Demi for a period of time, while Nick dated both Miley and Selena. I'll probably talk more about that later. Now, as for Kevin, I know nothing about bro, not gonna lie, and that seems to be the case for a good amount of people, both in and out of the fandom. Even I've kind of gathered that Kevin seems to be the odd man out between Joe and Nick. I don't want to say he's the least favorite out of the three, but I don't think I'd be wrong if I said that either. And like, from an outsider's perspective, just going off of how bands are in general, typically the singers do get the most attention, which just makes sense. But yeah, Kevin Jonas. And then of course, the last thing I know about them is the fact that they aren't as good as Big Time Rush. Hey, oh, whoa, hey, who said that? I didn't. He said. Now that we've got that out of the way, and you guys are aware of everything that I know about the Jonas Brothers as of this moment without doing next to any research, remember when I said how I talk about the other Disney stuff that they appeared in? Well, here's the timeline of their relationship with Disney up until the release of their TV show. After they were dropped by Columbia Records, they signed with Hollywood Records, which is, in case you didn't know, owned by Disney. From there, they started to get a lot of exposure thanks to their partnership with the company. Their music videos would play on Disney Channel. They had a heavy presence on Radio Disney, which really worked out because ultimately, for the band they were trying to be, Disney was the ultimate machine to push them into the right demographic. They did a lot of songs for Disney, both as part of their own releases and for other Disney projects around that time, like the season 2 theme song for American Dragon Jake Long, and the track Kids of the Future for Meet the Robinsons. It was around this time when Year 3000 was starting to get pushed hard by Disney, a tactic that worked because it actually ended up debuting at number 40 on the Billboard Top 100 and became the band's breakout hit. From there, the boys would continue to get exposure, both within the world of Disney and out of it. For example, some of you might remember the Jonas Brothers Baby Bottle Pop commercial. Their second album, simply titled The Jonas Brothers, would release on August 7th, 2007, which was accompanied by a couple songs and music videos such as SOS and Hold On. However, Disney's biggest and most successful attempt at pushing them into the world of fame would be, of course, the Hannah Montana episode, Me and Mr. Jonas and Mr. Jonas and Mr. Jonas. As many of you know, Hannah Montana was Disney's most popular show around this time, so putting the Jonas Brothers in an episode during the show's peak was a no-brainer and did wonders for both parties. It also helps that Nick and Miley were dating during this era as well, but we'll probably talk more about that later. This episode premiered to 10.7 million views, making it the largest ever premiere for a Disney Channel sitcom episode. Though a lot of it has to do with it premiering after High School Musical 2, there is definitely a lot of hype for this event alone. The Jonas Brothers, by this point, had a solid and established fan base. But even though they did have enough support on their own, Disney wisely continued to pair them with other established stars from that time, such as the previously mentioned Miley Cyrus. During the 2007 Teen Choice Awards, the four of them presented an R&B award together, which ended up going to Sean Kingston because this was 2007 and he was popular and out of jail. And it was during this award presentation when they announced that they would all be going on tour together, which ended up being the Hannah Montana Best of Both Worlds tour. Later, in early 2008, they went on a tour of their own called When You Look Me in the Eyes to promote their third album titled Just a Little Bit Longer, featuring songs like Love Bug, Tonight, and of course, A Burnin' Up, which became the band's biggest song. Absolute banger, but I'll talk about their music later in the video. It was on this tour when they also filmed footage for their reality TV short series, Living the Dream, another thing we'll discuss later. The remainder of the year was spent touring with Avril Lavigne, collaborating with Demi Lovato on not just Camp Rock, which would release that summer, but also her solo music as well. Matter of fact, her album, Don't Forget, was co-produced by the trio. This is when the band's popularity really started to reach new heights, as Camp Rock specifically ended up becoming a huge hit and one of the most watched Disney Channel movies of all time. It was around this time where the Jonas Brothers were becoming household names, and not just within the context of Disney. The success of Camp Rock and Burnin' Up propelled the boys into stardom that they had never seen before, and considering how on fire they were around this time, Disney knew that they had to strike while the iron was hot, which is where, finally, the Jonas TV show comes into play. Well, not quite. To fully understand how Jonas came to be, we're actually going to have to go back a year. In 2007, after the Hannah Montana episode featuring the Jonas Brothers premiered, Disney knew they had to capitalize on this success by giving them a show of their own. So they quickly got to work on an idea for the band, one that ended up being completely different from what we got. The only thing that the two shows had in common was the name. And even saying that is a bit of a stretch, as the OG pilot actually treated the brothers' last name as an acronym. Why, you may ask? Well, the original pitch for the Jonas series was for it to be spy-oriented, with the name standing for junior operatives networking as spies. In an interview with Chelsea Staub, who would later star in the actual show, she says, "The band is actually their cover. They play concerts to cover the fact that they're really saving the world, you know?" In this original pitch for the show, the parents would actually be played by the band's real-life parents, with Frankie Jonas also being a character. The pilot was filmed in 2007, but never saw the light of day, aside from a random sneak peek airing in Singapore. Why is that? Well, this little thing called the Hollywood writer's strike happened, which significantly delayed when the pilot would air. As a result, the only things we have from it are some still images and very brief flashes of footage that were part of this promo that Disney aired to advertise what was coming up in 2008. By the time the strikes were over with, thanks to the success of the Camp Rock movie, the reality series Living the Dream, the band was just too big to do an idea like that. They wanted to do something that was more grounded, something that reflected their actual lives a lot closer. So the title of the series changed from Jonas to, Jonas. And the pilot for the show that we would all come to know was filmed in September 2008, with it debuting in May of the next year. This time around, things were a lot more normal, though there were still quite a few changes. For starters, while this new show did focus on the lives of Nick, Joe, and Kevin, and what they did in and out of the studio, their last names were actually Lucas, with Jonas being the name of the band. I know, trust me, I know. This was done because kids are stupid and might actually believe that what they saw in the show reflected the band's real life. What other changes were made to the series though? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, and that's by finally diving into the series. Many of you know though that I tend to cover things a wee bit differently on this channel, as I usually go by production order instead of airing order. For a while, I wasn't sure if I would do that again this time around, so I decided to watch both the first episode that aired and the first episode by production order back to back to see which order I should follow, and to be honest, neither of them are great starter episodes. However, the first episode produced does feel a lot more like a first episode than the other one, with some key concepts and details being introduced for the first time. So it looks like once again we will be going by the production order. If you want to follow along, like always, I will provide the order in the description, and on top of all that, I would like to remind you guys that I typically do not go over every single episode of the show, only the ones that I feel are worth talking about for one reason or another. With all that being said, it is officially time that we start this, hopefully interesting journey, kicking it all off with the episode, Fashion Victim.
Get ready to rock.
Hey, I'm Nick. Hey, I'm Joe.
And I'm stuck. What?
How do you get stuck on a fire pole?
Brothers that rock together, roll together. The Disney Channel original series.
Ow. At least you're not stuck.
Jonas. Saturdays at 8, 7 Central, only on Disney Channel.
Fashion Victim premiered on Disney Channel on June 21st, 2009. One of the many episodes that premiered during the Summer of Stars era of Disney Channel. An era that to me always showcased how stacked Disney was during this time. Sprouse Twins, Demi, Selena, Miley, and the Jonas Brothers, while also airing Phineas and Ferb. Talk about an all-star lineup. Right off the bat, when the episode starts, you can tell that this show is already much different than most Disney sitcoms. This is due to it being single camera instead of the multi-camera format used commonly in, well, every other sitcom on the network around this time. While it isn't the first show from the network to be filmed this way, it is the first to be shot in widescreen. For those who don't know the difference, multi-camera is The Big Bang Theory, and then single camera is Young Sheldon. That's basically the easiest way to explain it. The first few minutes of the episode are centered around Nick, Joe, and Kevin Lucas, who have returned home after a long tour. And by home, I mean a fire station that they, for whatever reason, decided to purchase and live in. There's not really any other explanation given though, at least not in season 1. You know what though? I kind of dig it because if I was rich, I'd probably buy something random and turn it into my house too. What y'all gonna do if I start living out of a Lidl or something? I'd be sick. Additionally, we're also introduced to Frankie Lucas, who I had no idea actually appears in this show. That's pretty cool. Then we're introduced to Tom Lucas, who serves as not only the band's manager, but their father as well. If you notice, this episode kind of just jumps right into them already being a band. There's no introduction given or explanation as to how they became one. And as a first-time viewer, I thought that was really weird and off-putting, but I realized considering where the Jonas Brothers were in their careers in '09, this move kinda did make sense. The show was made to capitalize on the success of the bros, not introduce them. Chances are, if you were already watching the show in '09, you were already, at the very least, aware of who they were. This isn't like other shows with similar premises like Big Time Rush or the Naked Brothers Band. Those shows were meant to jumpstart the careers and popularity of those bands. But by the time Jonas aired its first episode, the brothers had already had a top 10 hit. There's no way you didn't know who they were if you were watching Disney at the time, so I can't even blame them for not offering up any exposition. I do think, however, at times this becomes a bit of an issue though, and we see this when the show's 5th series regular gets introduced, Stella Malone, who you might recognize from Minutemen, Starstruck, and she was also in the You Can't Touch This Zeke and Luther music video. If only someone had a 7-hour video on their channel that talks about that show. See, Stella is the band's stylist, but also childhood best friend. I actually found this to be interesting, but never once do they go into how she became the band's stylist, which I found to be pretty disappointing. This entire series feels like there's a missing pilot episode somewhere that explains a few of the dynamics present in the show. Again, I understand why they didn't give any exposition on this, but within the first 2 minutes of the show, there's already at least one episode worth of content that just goes unexplained. And perhaps, had it been explained, I would have gravitated towards the characters more, and would have been more interested to see the progression of the band. Stella shows them an invention of hers called the Stellavator, which is basically a high-tech closet that can throw together a fit quickly and flawlessly, for any occasion.
It's a movie premiere. It's summertime.
Yeah, no, this is horrible. That is unless the movie premiere you're going to is Toy Story. Kevin's is even worse. This looks like something live-action Daphne would wear. We're then introduced to the theme song. Yeah, I'll talk about it later. There's still another character that needs to be introduced. Despite being music superstars at this point, the boys still have to attend high school, which they do at Horace Mantis Academy, a private school.
How did you learn to do that? Piano lessons.
There you go, folks. The funniest joke in the series.
Sorry, I know I'm late. Sorry.
Hey, I was worried about you.
Really?
I mean, you know, we were all worried about you.
Oh, great. We know where this is going. The main plot of the episode revolves around the Jonas Brothers plus Stella preparing for a flight to England so the Prime Minister can thank them for some charity concerts that they did. While Stella's main job is to prepare each of the band members' outfits, she's also got her own little subplot going on involving this dude named Van Dyke, who she seemingly has a bit of a crush on. She starts gushing over him to Macy Misa, her best friend and the last series regular. See, Stella and Macy are on the same spectrum of Jonas Brothers fandom, but on complete opposite sides. While Stella grew up with them and is in a way desensitized to them, Macy is completely obsessed with them, proclaiming herself as the #1 Jonas fan. She even runs a Jonas fan site. She's one of the few people in the school that hasn't quite gotten used to the band being there. Everyone else kind of treats them like it's normal.
I can't believe you got to smell Nick up close. I've always imagined he smelled like chocolate chip cookies.
Probably wasn't intentional, but later in the season, it is actually revealed that he bakes a lot of cookies, so I guess she isn't wrong. In classic Disney Channel fashion, Stella's recent interest in Van Dyke is making Joe feel a certain way, especially since the two had previously made plans for Stella to help him out with his math homework like usual, but is now forced to postpone them thanks to her taking up Van Dyke's offer and going to see a movie. It's during that scene when we're introduced to the first song of the series, not including the intro. I plan on doing a tier list a little later, going through all of the songs present in not only this show, but also the band's Disney era discography in general. So I won't go into much detail about it right now. I will, however, say that it's not very good. It's not horrible, but considering the kind of music I know this band is capable of, this is definitely a step back. The good news is, it's not officially released anywhere, so I'm pretty sure I can play some of it without getting copyright claimed. In the event that I'm wrong though, sorry for the abrupt cut.
Tell me why does it make me mad?
Like I said, it's not horrible, but once you've made the masterpiece that is burning up. Songs like this just don't cut it. Nick and Kevin start to pick up that Joe might actually have feelings for Stella. Hence why he's so upset over her choosing to hang with Van Dyke over him.
I get it. You're jealous.
You know what? I think he is jealous, Nick. Maybe you should write a song about that in, say, maybe 5 years. In a fit of jealousy and rage, Joe accidentally draws on one of the shirts with a permanent marker. In an attempt to salvage the shirt, Joe decided to put it in the wash, but then that made the shirt turn blue, so then he decided to put the pants in the wash so the pants could match the shirt, but then nothing matched and he panicked, so then he put everything in the wash. Oh my gosh.
So, how was the movie?
Stick around, Jonas will be right back. Part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars. We're back with more Jonas, part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars.
After the commercial, Joe says that everything that happened was an accident, and he really did like the outfits. So much so that he wishes he was there to guard them instead of being out with Van Dyke. That's when Stella puts together what this was really about.
You ruined my date with the guy I've been waiting a month to ask me out. For my own good? Oh, Joe, that is so sweet of you to worry about me like that.
Wow, this dude's an idiot. Joe asks if they're still cool, and Stella says that they are. But as we can tell from her facial expression, they are far from it. Now, Stella wants a little payback for not only Joe ruining the clothes, but also interrupting her date with Van Dyke. We see what that payback looks like in the next scene when they arrive in England for the meeting with the Prime Minister. And wow, okay, this dude looks like... I don't even know. He might be the first ever person to look like this. The boys and Stella try to convince Joe that this look actually works for him. And right when he actually starts to believe them, he realizes that all of this was just Stella trying to get her lick back.
3, wait a minute, 2, 1.
You are mad at me.
And he gets it.
Of course I'm mad at you.
It's too late now though, as the Prime Minister is ready for their meeting. Except it's not the Prime Minister, and instead it's the Queen of England filling in as he recovers from quote-unquote overdoing it during a festival that happened earlier that morning. At first, after presenting the boys with their awards, the Queen seems to not notice Joe's outfit. But then...
Oh, we noticed.
It was kind of just a joke.
We are not amused.
The final scene of the episode shows the aftermath of not only the little wardrobe mishap, but also the reconciliation of Joe and Stella. Turns out the reaction to Joe's clothes wasn't nearly as scathing as he thought it would be. Matter of fact, a lot of fans think it's great that the band doesn't take themselves so seriously all the time. Plus, if there's one thing that remains true to this day, sometimes all it takes is one bold celebrity to start a fashion trend. Fashion Victim is the first episode of Jonas that was made, despite it airing a little later into the season. Truthfully, there isn't any episode of this show that serves as a good introduction, but this is the only one that at least attempts to serve as one, with the band coming back from tour, going back to school, and setting up what will obviously become the main overarching romance plot of the series. I'm not a fan of the route they took with this show in more ways than one, but I do have to keep in mind that I was not the target demographic for this. And I don't even mean me being an adult. The show was made at the height of the band's popularity, so one could say it was truly just made for the fans. And I'm not really one of them, at least not at the time of me making this video. And while I do understand why Jonas had a different approach, I think not having that does kind of hinder my enjoyment in it a bit. I also think this approach kind of makes it harder to get attached to other characters like Stella, who does not exist in real life and was made up for the show. I'm at a weird crossroad with this because while I do find this to be a bit of an issue, I also understand that no one was meant to have this show be their introduction to the Jonas Brothers. Like, I want to use this as a criticism, but at the same time, I can't critique a show for not doing something it wasn't meant to do. Aside from that though, the pilot also gave us an idea of the overall style of the series. It's not your typical sitcom, both in how the stories are told and in the way it's filmed. The show tries to do the whole live action cartoon thing found in Declassified and obviously Big Time Rush, which came out several months after this show. There are things that happen that don't make sense and are treated like it's normal, like Stella being so angry that she makes a hanger red hot. At the same time though, the show doesn't commit to this style 100%, so when we do get moments like this, it's a little jarring. As for its brand of humor, it's not very strong. Even though a lot of Disney shows have the same writer and even feel the same most of the time, a good amount of them have somewhat distinct senses of humor. This show, I still feel like, is in the process of figuring out theirs. Lastly, I wanted to talk briefly about the Hannah Montana episode, featuring the Joe Bros, and how I'm glad that the show made a lot of changes in how they're written compared to it. My biggest issue with that episode was how they kind of just wrote them like they're all the same character. Nothing really set them apart. But now we have a pretty good idea on the roles that they serve. Kevin's the dumb comedic relief character, Nick is a stoic straight man, and Joe is kind of just a cool one, the heartthrob, if you will. Though obviously has his dumb and clearly chaotic moments. Kind of reminds me of Drake Parker. Overall, I wasn't thrilled with this episode, and it's kind of a weird episode to put into production first. Let's see how things improve over time, though. But before we move on into another episode, let's talk about the theme song, because man, I'm not gonna lie, it is a banger. Easily one of the best Disney Channel theme songs ever. So for those unaware, which was myself until about 20 minutes ago, this actually wasn't made for the series. No, Live to Party, the name of the track, was a Walmart exclusive song for the band's album A Little Bit Longer. Normally I wouldn't even bother looking something like this up because I just assumed it was part of the show's soundtrack, but I actually went down a weird rabbit hole to make this discovery. So as you guys know, I always try to find promos and commercials related to whatever show I'm reviewing on my channel. This is a process that, although it can be pretty fun at times, can also be kind of tedious. During my search, I found this promo where Macy's actress Nicole Anderson, not to be confused with Orlando Magic legend Nick Anderson, interviews the boys about their upcoming tour. She asked whether they'd play Live to Party while performing, and they said,
We will definitely be singing that song in the tour. We've been getting ready, geared up, we're rehearsing very soon. I actually have a secret for you. In that song, we're gonna have a very special gag that we're gonna do as far as production goes. We did something similar in our past tour, but this one's a lot different and it's a bit bigger.
and I'm like, yeah, okay. Turns out they weren't lying though. During the song, Kevin and Joe actually start shooting water at people, with some sort of aerial lift system taking them around the stadium. So yeah, they weren't lying when they said they had something special planned. This was actually sick. It was definitely a core memory for the people attending. But back to the subject at hand, when I watched that video of them performing the song, I noticed that the lyrics in the first verse were slightly different, and at first I couldn't make out what was said until I saw the lyrics in a YouTube comment. I was wondering why such a change was made, so then I did more research on the track, and that's when I found out that I guess the version they're performing is the original version, with slightly different lyrics and production. I found the original version online, and it's just as good. There aren't really any crazy differences. They're basically the same song. Anyway, I can't play any of it due to copyright, but I really do love how fun this song is. It kind of has a slightly more modern pop, newfound glory sound to it. The lyrics, still being pretty basic, are somehow also still great at mustering up emotion out of me, to the point where the song has become a regular in my playlist recently. I also never skip it whenever I watch the show. I could totally see why this was kind of just a throwaway though. Technically, there's nothing special about it. Any band could have made it and it'd be the same. But hey, sometimes when something slaps, it slaps. S tier theme song. Now on to the next episode.
We have a special feature to show you.
Disney Channel brings you real Jonas Brothers home movies.
Nice dance moves, Joe. Do you have to go to the bathroom or something?
You'll laugh. You'll cry. Jonas, new episode next Saturday at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
Groovy Movies premiered on May 9th, 2009 and centers around the boys figuring out what to get their mom for her birthday. Yup, despite not being labeled as a series regular, the boys do actually have a mom that appears in the show from time to time. Sandy Lucas is played by Rebecca Kreskoff, who you might know from any of these, I don't know. She overhears the boys planning a party for her and mentions that she doesn't want anything special and instead just wants one regular nice evening as a family, especially since she's found some old home movies. This is when Nick gets the idea to transfer all of the home movies from VHS to DVD. That way it's easier to play, transfer, and preserve. Funny enough though, before I even watched this episode, I had an idea to do the same thing with some of my family's old home movies. And I actually did do it, though I'm giving it to them as an anniversary present. It's even more exciting because they're under the impression that tape didn't make our last move, despite it being in my bedroom for years. And to my parents, and the rare chance that you guys are actually watching this video, I'm lying. What's really cool about this episode is that they're genuinely using real Jonas Brother home videos that have been dubbed using the voices of the parents. You can tell because, well, one, it's obvious, and two, young Joe was wearing an actual Spider-Man shirt that they surprisingly did not blur out. I'm also assuming this is real footage of Chelsea Staub, as it does kind of look like her. Considering how heartwarming this scene is, it makes it even more upsetting when in the next one, all the tapes get ruined thanks to a little mishap the boys have while trying to bake a cake. See, this wouldn't have happened if you listened to Stephanie from Lazy Town. or the Lil Jon remix. This actually isn't the end of the world though, as I'm sure VHS tapes that have been covered in cake batter can still be salvageable. Yeah, never mind. These idiots put it on top of the stove.
Are those our home movies?
We're so sorry.
You're sorry?
Mom,
How can you be so irresponsible?
but Mom, we can explain.
How can you explain ruining all of our memories? Those are our home movies, and now they're gone forever.
It's crazy how some plots simply do not work nowadays, because if Jonas was made in 2026, 2009 would have been the earliest Kevin, for example, could have been born. Meaning that by the time he hit the age of 2, they would have most likely switched to a smartphone. Or even if they still had a flip phone and used that to take videos instead, the videos still would likely be stored on an SD card or something. No, genuinely, they're cooked with this one. The part that's eating up the boys is that despite how badly they messed up and how sad they made their mom, she still chose to forgive them. I know what that's like. Don't you just hate it when your mom is still nice to you after you do something dumb? Like, it might take a while, but Kevin, who notoriously is known for coming up with bad ideas, actually comes up with a somewhat smart one. The videos might be gone, but the memories can still live on. Oh my god, that's a bar. Oh, did you hear that? Oh my gosh. The videos might be gone, but the memories can still live on, especially if they buy a bunch of costumes and use a camera to recreate some of their old videos.
And I thought it was gonna be something completely ridiculous. Right.
Hey, anything is better than using AI, I guess. So the boys get to work to recreate their childhood memories, video by video, being met with various results.
Trick or treat. Everybody says trick or treat. I want to take my character in a new direction. Awesome.
Happy.
I think I could see that again. You know, I just don't think it was good enough. I think we need a second take. Back to 1. No, I'm sorry. It just wasn't good enough.
Ew.
At some point, production of these new tapes halts due to Frankie holding the camera hostage. The boys ask how much it would take for them to get the camera, but he says he doesn't want their money. Instead, he just simply wants to be in the videos, since he wasn't old enough to appear in the original ones. And we see how this is handled once they start showing the recreated videos, with Frankie playing the part of their dad. As the videos play, Sandy Lucas looks at them with a sparkle in her eye only a mother can have, seeing how much her boys have grown, while also reminiscing on the times when they were little.
Sad crying. Happy crying. Proud crying.
You guys are amazing.
Sandy gushes over her love and appreciation of the boys, but she only hugs the 3 older ones and not Frankie. What is that? Frankie can't get no love? Acting like he didn't direct some of them videos.
What's this?
Frankie wanted to direct.
And I didn't say he directed them well, but he did direct them. I hate to break it to y'all, but Groovy Movies is without a doubt easily the best episode of the series, or at least the season. I haven't actually watched season 2 yet. Has nothing to do with the music, nothing to do with romance, just a good old-fashioned heartwarming family story that this show honestly needed more of. It's also one of the rare episodes where there is no B-plot. The entire episode is just one story, which historically can end up with varying results, but this time things were pretty good. Using actual home movies from the Jonas family was a great touch, and I'm sure fans of the show and the band were happy to see some of those videos. And then cementing the entire episode around the family as a whole and not just the boys, and even finding a way to fit Frankie in there were great details as well. I still don't think the show is all that funny, nor am I attached to any of these characters yet, but if they can just stick to making wholesome, feel-good, and ethical stories, then I think the heart alone can mask the obvious flaws this show has. Yeah, unfortunately we don't get many of those episodes though.
Sunday, catch a new Jonas on a special night.
Mom alert. We're a family first, and we're gonna start acting like one.
Jonas tries keeping it real.
Garbage! Oh!
But can they keep it together?
They took my socks without taking off my shoes. How did they do that? Keeping it real is gonna be a lot harder than we thought.
An all-new Jonas on a special night, Sunday.
Can you say that again?
Catch a new Jonas on a special night. This Sunday at 8, 7 Central, part of Disney Channel's Night of Premieres.
Keeping It Real premiered on May 17th, 2009, and funny enough, is also relatively family-based, though not nearly as good as the last episode. The episode mainly centers around the Lucases, specifically the boys, and their lavish lifestyles that they've lived since their claim to fame. While it is natural to take advantage of the position that they've been blessed to live in and relish in all of the great things they have access to now that they're, well, rich, their mother believes that it's starting to get a bit ridiculous.
Frank, I got your limo ready.
Is it filled with jello beans, big man?
Every color but green. It's all jelly beany good.
Oh yeah, I guess I should probably explain him too. So this character's name is Big Man. Why is he called that? I have no idea whatsoever. No, so in all actuality, Big Man is played by Robert Big Rob Feggins, who, if you couldn't tell, is not an actor. He is, however, the boy's bodyguard in real life, and in this, he basically just plays the same role. He's also the dude who raps and Burning Up, so that solves that lifelong mystery. Now, all we gotta do is find who the dude was in the Friday by Rebecca Black music video. I could just Google it, but I'm a fan of the enigma. After their mom overhears them complain about stuff that truly is not essential, she decides that it's time they go back to their original promise, which was that no matter how big the band got, they would still remain not only grounded, but a normal family, which includes doing chores and eating together as a family without any interruption. I feel like the red jeans are only something I've seen in stock photos and Disney shows. I ain't never seen a regular dude just casually wear red jeans before. Trying to keep things real, as they call it, is starting to become a huge challenge, when even things like taking out the trash takes longer than it should, thanks to their devoted and slightly obsessed fan base. Even having a normal family dinner proves to be an obstacle. See, Sandy asked the boys to take some bags filled with old clothes to the local thrift store, which is something the boys agreed to not only do, but also vow to make it back in time for the family dinner. They're able to distract their fans by throwing one of their scarves out the window so they can escape and head to the store. But when they arrive there, they're shocked to find out that it's Macy's family that owns the place, and Macy is one of the workers there. Not as shocked as Macy is to see all three of her crushes standing right in front of her though. To be honest, I can't even blame her. This is exactly how I'd react if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander walked right in front of me. Oh right, every time I do one of these long videos and I reference an NBA player, they usually end up getting injured by the time it comes out. So forget I mentioned him. I am a little scared of the Nuggets this year though, so. Jokic, nah, I'm playing. Whoa, man, my fault. I didn't actually think that would happen. Man. Like I said, even this becomes a bit of a problem though, because a little girl who claims to be the #1 fan of Jonas walks into the thrift store, and you can kind of guess what happens next.
Camera phone!
Camera phone! Yeah, this was definitely made in 2009. Stella manages to get through the mob of screaming girls and ask for the sitch. Kim Possible reference. They explain to her how they're no longer able to go back home thanks to all of the fans outside. She mentions that it's not a big deal. All they have to do is call their mom and all of this could be solved. But the boys say that since she's already under the impression that they can't live a normal family life thanks to their fame, it's better if they at least attempt to come up with a plan to get out without her being involved. And like, I can kind of understand that mindset, but at the same time, I feel like she'd be totally understanding of the situation they're in. What's unfortunate is that, thanks to the lack of early exposition, I have no idea how big the Lucas brothers are supposed to be in this world. Are they just like Disney famous or famous? Determined to get out of this on their own, the boys try to come up with a plan without using any outside forces. And yeah, it doesn't really work out.
I can't take it anymore! The walls! They're closing in! What if we run out of food?
Yeah, so I forgot to mention this, but the Jonas brothers aren't particularly strong actors. I think they're kind of passable when they're just being themselves, but whenever they have to act slightly out of character, they're not good. And it's really weird that they chose to do this cartoony and exaggerated approach to the show, when these guys barely have any acting experience. Say what you want about the Neds cast now, but they did a great job with the slapstick and animated humor that the show had. Especially Zeke and Luther legend Daniel Curtis Lee. I should have just done a standard multi-camera show, man. Eventually, since they realize they're in a thrift store, they come up with the idea to dress up so their true identities could be hidden. But this idea only goes so far.
Hi, Mom. Yeah, we're totally fine being totally normal and be so proud of how normal we're being. Why do you ask?
Oh, just curious.
Could they like not hear her? Or the girls put together who the boys really are, so they head back into the store with the rest of their family and a passed out Macy. They proceed to explain why they didn't communicate with her about the predicament they were in, and like we all imagined, she was very understanding of it, which is why she packed dinner on the go in the form of a picnic. She also understands that sometimes it's hard for superstars to keep things real all the time, so they decide to summon the Jonas jet to get them out of this pickle they're in. The episode ends with the boys back at home, celebrating Kevin's success and taking the trash out without getting his clothes ripped up. In fake slow motion, might I add. While I think it was a good idea to have an episode like this at some point during the series, the actual execution of it, like a lot of the show, was pretty mid. I think that's one of the most recurring things about the show. A lot of people like to use the word mid as a substitute or even a synonym of bad, but that's not what the word means. The issue with Jonas so far isn't that what's present in the show is bad or good. It's just that the show feels empty. I'll touch on this more later, but rarely do things that happen in this show feel like they matter, or that the audience is supposed to get something out of it. But like I said, the concept of this episode was important enough to the point where I felt it was worth covering. We get a better sense of where the Jonas Band is in terms of the popularity totem pole. I mean, they have something called the Jonas Jet. At this rate, they might have been more popular in the show than they were in real life. Jonas Jet is some Batman level technology.
Can't wait for the Jonas premiere in May?
Boom goes the dynamite.
Don't worry, Disney Channel's got you covered.
I'm not really this old. It's a wig and a mustache taped to my face.
Every Saturday night during the month of April, catch a special sneak peek of Disney Channel's most anticipated new series, Jonas.
It's a great idea. Oh, we definitely got to do this.
Want a new sneak peek every Saturday night throughout the month of April?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Then you can tune in to Disney Channel every Saturday night this month during the movie for your special sneak peek of Jonas.
Thought you might like to join us.
Earlier in the video, I covered the first episode by production order because that's typically how I always do things on this channel. However, like I mentioned, there was another episode that aired as the show's premiere. And chances are, if you were eagerly anticipating the arrival of this show back in 2009, then you'll likely remember this episode. Was it the right choice to air this one first over the actual pilot? Well, let's find out. Actually, I'm not even going to make y'all wait. The answer is no, but I will be talking about why that is my answer. Plus, this episode has a guest star, kinda, so that's always fun. Wrong Song premiered on May 2nd, 2009. It was the very first episode of the series to air on the channel. Appropriately, it aired right after the Hannah Montana episode that probably should have been a backdoor pilot to this show, the one featuring the three brothers. I have the actual premiere of the episode on my computer with the commercials intact, which is the footage you're seeing right now. If any of you were watching Disney around this time, then you know how much Disney put into making sure that you knew when the premiere of something important was. Well, you knew it was a big deal when they had that little screen bug that was counting down to the arrival of the premiere. And a double points for when they'd have a special sponsor specifically for that episode, which is what this one had. Dude, I stayed at a Best Western recently, and it was not all that, bro. I don't know why Disney was always partnering up with this hotel company specifically. There was like 3 roaches in my room, and the light switch didn't work. They made up for it with the free breakfast though, I can't cap. They had 2 different types of eggs they were serving, bruh. 2 different types of eggs. Now I get why there were so many roaches in there. They was probably eating good too. Anyway, literally the first 20 seconds of the episode prove why it was a mistake to use it as the first one. It starts off with Nick talking to a girl, yes I know who she is, and Joe and Kevin watching from afar. And Joe and Kevin, watching from afar, comment on how strange it is to see Nick smiling. Yeah, I don't know why that's strange. Nobody knows why that's strange. This is the first episode that aired. The first episode of your show should not be the, oh, this character's acting out of character trope, especially considering we don't know the characters. It's such a funny way to technically start a series. I'm really glad I followed the production order instead. Anyway, Nick is totally crushing on Teddy. That's not her name. I'm just gonna call her that for the rest of the episode. And it seems like she's just the latest out of many that Nick has fallen head over heels for, more or less off rip. Every other time this has happened, according to Joe and Kevin, has just led to the same result, which is him getting rejected. Which is crazy because, like, he's famous. I love when TV shows just use actual photos of an actor that were probably taken by, like, a parent or something. Okay, so remember, I watched this episode first for this video, just because I wanted to see what the hype surrounding the premiere of the show was like. So when I saw this part right here when they talked to the camera, I assumed that was something that commonly happened in the show and was a key part of it. No, it's basically a one-off. I mean, there might be other times where they slightly break the fourth wall, but this is the only time this happens in season 1, which is so weird. After the intro, Nick and Teddy start chatting it up, this time talking about Teddy's endeavors into the music world. She invites him over to see a performance at a guitar store, and Nick says he'll be there. No hesitation either. He then, again with no hesi, invites her to the Jonas studio to record her demo.
Thank you.
Hey, see how long that hug was? Remember that. Despite claiming that he's taking things slow this time and not rushing into anything, this dude Nick has already written her a song. Although not having an official release, the song is called Give Love a Try, and I don't know, I think it's kind of boring, but apparently it has its fans. Joe even requested it recently while they were on tour, and Nick actually ended up playing it, and everyone kind of went crazy. Shout out to my Twitter algorithm for randomly showing me this video. I've trained you well. Unlike me, Teddy really likes this song and says that no one's ever written a song for her before.
You have a great smile.
Remember this. Kevin and Joe, while remaining supportive of their brother, do try to make sure that he's not doing the whole falling too hard and fast thing.
Penny's got me going crazy. Burning up for Penny.
I understood that reference. Even their dad makes a little cameo to remind Nick that if this were to crash and burn like usual, he's going to be there for him. I'm not going to lie, this dude has been pretty useless in the show so far. He is not worthy of that credit in the intro. For moral support, Joe and Kevin offer to go with him to see Teddy perform, pulling up in disguises to make sure no one notices them and takes the attention away from her. Even though they're all wearing disguises, nothing would be able to mask how they reacted when they heard Teddy up on that stage singing Give Love a Try, the song that Nick wrote for her. They're all really confused by this until Teddy clarifies something.
Oh, sorry. I completely forgot. I'd like to dedicate this song to the coolest, sweetest, grooviest guy on the planet. My soulmate. Jimmy.
Man, that's a grown man. Ain't no Jimmy, that's James. Get out of here. I'd be mad too if I was Nick. Getting the sense that all of this is going to result in another heartbreak, Nick gets up from his seat with his brothers following close behind. Yeah, don't ask.
Jimmy. We'll be back with the premiere of the Disney Channel original series, Jonas. We're back with the premiere of the Disney Channel original series, Jonas.
When Teddy spots him the next day, she asks what he thought of her performance, and instead of just masking his feelings, he actually just comes out and says that he was surprised to hear her sing Give Love a Try. And Teddy's all like, why? Didn't you want me to sing it? Isn't that why you gave it to me? For me to sing on stage? No one does that. I mean, maybe Drake's ghostwriters do, but even that's under a completely different context. She's not very bright, bruh.
Are you kidding? You were awesome. And to hear you sing to Jimmy, who apparently is your boyfriend, yeah, that was magical.
I'm so relieved.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm speechless. Worst part is, it's not even like he can just forget all about her and move on. After all, he did promise her that she could use the Jonas studio to record her demo. And of course, the song she picks for the demo is Give Love a Try. Talk about adding salt in the wound. When she gets to the studio and starts tuning her guitar, Nick starts to imagine her as an angel, like in the Give Love a Try video. And realizing that he might have done the exact thing his brothers warned him against, he gets up and isolates himself to clear his mind. Once again, joining him for support, his brothers follow him to make sure he's okay. Nick admits that they were right. He got in way over his head. But his brothers make sure to say that it's not because he's dumb. After all, out of the three, he is the smart one. But he is really intense and serious, going a little too hard at times where he doesn't need to. This isn't always a bad thing though. As Joe points out, this has resulted in good songs for the band written by him, since he's the lead writer of the group, which is something I forgot to point out until now. So the boys give him two options. He can either hide in his locker for the rest of the year, or go upstairs, finish the song with Penny, and part ways. Choosing the latter, Nick heads up to talk to her and clarifies that when he wrote the song for her, he didn't mean he was giving it to her to sing. The gesture was meant to be, well, romantic.
Yeah, I know, and it's really great that you would write me a song. It's just...
Oh, this girl is dumb, dude. Good grief. Girls like her are why guys tend to not think girls are into them, despite showing what appears to be obvious signs. This girl said he had a nice smile and hugged him for like 4 minutes.
I hope you don't think that I led you on.
Girl! Nah, move on.
Move on.
But it turns out this might have been a good move because we find out Teddy and Jimmy actually broke up. All because he didn't like the song. Which is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But I guess Nick has a second chance? Yay? The episode ends with the two of them recording the song together, teasing a romance that never actually happens because Bridget Mendler ended up booking a recurring role in Wizard of Waverly Place. Which I'm fine with because her character in this might actually be the worst Disney Channel character of all time. Wrong Song is flat out just not a very good episode. And it's even worse when you consider the fact that millions of kids around the world were introduced to this show through it. Like, okay, don't get it twisted. This episode could have just been the Jonas brothers eating cereal for a half hour, and their core fan base would have absolutely loved it. But I cannot for the life of me understand why they went with this episode to air first. I mean, there are better episodes of the show, not even including the actual pilot, that would have been better starting points. The storyline is fine despite its flaws in the character department, but the episode almost requires you to have an understanding of Nick's character in order to see why the events that take place are a big deal. And we don't. Now, here's the thing, and it's something I've always wondered about this show. Are the characters at all based off of their real life counterparts? Because if so, then that would explain some of this. So I went down another Jonas Brother rabbit hole to get some answers, and I found exactly what I needed to know. So basically, through a couple different sources, I managed to gather that typically Nick was known to be the serious one. Matter of fact, this line in the episode was likely a wink wink nod nod to that sentiment.
I mean, read the fan magazines. I'm the serious one.
Then, while doing my research, I came across this Reddit post on the Jonas Brothers subreddit from user JNU, I think, talking about some of the apparent criticism that Nick faces in regards to being introverted and reserved, at least when compared to the other two. Now look, I have my own opinions on Nick Jonas that I will discuss a little later because I heard something about him related to how he treated a fellow skateboarding Disney star, but pushing that to the side, it seems like bro is just kind of quiet and not super energetic. Cool, whatever. Later in the post, I found out something interesting that I've never noticed about him. This user goes on to say that Nick said he doesn't smile thanks to his janky teeth, which were also tie into why he's viewed to be the serious one. This also ties into the episode Groovy Movies, where they talk about Nick's lack of smiling. So I'm like, what? Nick Jonas has janky teeth since when? Nah, yeah, he actually does. No disrespect, of course, but he totally does. He basically has 3 front teeth, and he's talked about this before.
Does it bother you when people go on about your front teeth?
It used to really bother me. I used to be really insecure about my teeth, which is why I don't usually smile with my teeth in pictures. They're just not very straight, and it kind of bothers me. But now, years later, and at 23, I really don't care at all.
And yeah, I've seen his wife. He has no reason to still care about his teeth. He's one in life. Stuff like this, though, is why I'm glad to be doing this video, because I made this with the intent to learn about these guys, and man, am I learning about these guys, even if it's stupid information like this. I say all that to say, now that I know a little bit more about these guys, and specifically Nick, I can kind of understand why they decided to air this episode first. But I still don't think this was a good idea. Really, this was before the age of social media, so only the big Jonas fans were likely aware of how these guys' personalities were. The average 8-year-old that just liked them from Camp Rock or something probably was not aware of that. But I also don't think the average 8-year-old cares about the writing structure of a television show, so never mind. I kind of went on a weird tangent, but that's not the only thing I don't like about this episode. Aside from the Stella and Macy subplot, which was honestly more interesting than this one, the episode moved really slow, which made it a pretty boring watch. Give Love a Try should not have had a 2-minute music video in this episode. It is way too low tempoed for that. And then of course, this girl just ticked me off. I don't like her. I like Bridget Mendler, but this character just ran horribly and way too dumb for a show like this. If they made Nick's intentions less subtle and then dialed it back on the things she did and said to him, then maybe it could have worked. I feel like they focused too hard on trying to dupe the audience and surprise them with the boyfriend reveal. Besides, the episode was mainly focused on Nick's heartbreak anyway and how intense he went into getting to know her. You didn't need to show us moments that show he was kind of justified by thinking they had something going. It actually probably would have been better if there was really nothing there, but being blinded by love, Nick decided to go into this situation full force and fall hard for her. I don't know, I'm shocked by how much I was able to get out of that. Sorry for the word salad, but you saw the runtime of the video. You knew what you were getting yourself into. Anyway, we've gotten a lot of Jonas-centric stories within the past few episodes covered, which makes sense considering the name of the series. However, there are other characters in the show, and as time goes on in the season, we start to find out more about them. Kinda. So it's time we take a break from Kevin, Nick, and Joe, and focus on another series regular, Stella Malone.
Oh my gosh, I just got the best idea.
This Sunday, it's a Disney Channel night of premieres. Starting at 7:30, 6:30 Central. It's the premiere of an all-new Hannah Montana.
Well, fatal date
Mindy.
Then it's an all-new Jonas, Disney Channel's new comedy on a special Sunday night.
That's a really great idea, too.
Followed by an all-new Sunny with a Chance.
It's magical. You're pathetical.
3 all-new episodes.
Who wants a scar?
With an all-new Hannah Montana.
I'm so excited.
Disney Channel's new comedy Jonas. And Sunny with a Chance.
You know where this is going.
It's an all-new night of premieres. Sunday starting at 7:30, 6:30 Central.
Only on Disney Channel.
Beauty and the Beat, not to be confused with the Justin Bieber song, premiered on January 24th, 2010. In this one, the boys get offered to judge a teen beauty competition. And while they're obviously really excited for that opportunity, Stella has a much different take on those kinds of shows, as she believes that they don't really require any talent. In response to this, Joe says that she just wouldn't get it since she's, in his words, not the pageant type. Wow, okay, y'all are just amazing friends there. Stella believes that if she really wanted to, she could not only compete in the pageant, but win it comfortably. And so, just to prove the boys wrong, she decides to enter it. While the boys try their best to be supportive, they come to the agreement that Stella might not know what she's gotten herself into. Part of the struggle that they have is that although they want Stella to win, they can't vote for her if she truly isn't the best. So they have to choose between keeping things friendly or fair. Friendly or fair? Why isn't that used more often? Despite efforts to make Stella look bad from fellow pageant contestant Carrie, who fun fact is played by Chelsea Harris, who you might know from Just Jordan, Stella actually starts her pageant run looking pretty good, and Joe is clearly enjoying it the most. Gee, I wonder why. Even though some of her talents displayed are a bit unorthodox, she seemed to be winning the admiration of the crowd. The winner comes down to a final question though, and their answer to it will basically make everything they did up until that point useless.
Backstage, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would flip a coin to discover which 2 contestants would thumb wrestle to be the first to answer the final question. Then we realized that was ridiculous and decided to just pick a name out of this glass bowl.
Not that I laughed out loud or anything, but for what it's worth, I did find that joke to be kind of funny. Anyway, Stella gets called down to answer the question first. That question being, what do you think is the most pressing problem facing America today? Boom, the eradication of goth women. Wrap it up.
That's it.
Nah, jokes aside, although to be honest, I wasn't really joking. Stella starts off pretty well, but we quickly start to realize that pageant material really is a thing. Stella's view on the idea of pageants and the girls that compete in them proved to be incorrect, as she didn't account for one skill in particular being a necessity: public speaking.
U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
You know how badly you gotta mess up for Kevin, out of all people, to realize you messed up? He's got the IQ of Nico Harrison. I kid you not. The day that I am editing this portion of the video is the same day that it was just announced Nico Harrison has been fired as the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. I kid you not. Anyway, Stella sold hard and she knows it, hence the waterworks. Stella said that the boys ended up being right. Maybe she doesn't belong up there with those girls. But Nick says that the only reason why they're so good at these competitions is because that's all they know and have going for them. That's what I be telling myself whenever I get destroyed in Marvel Rivals. I'm just playing. I haven't touched that game since like season 1. Stella fears that her mishap is going to be all over the internet the next day. I'm crying. She thinks they're going to turn into a Shmoyo video. She's probably right too. This is 2009, isn't it? Man, they're gonna have her singing to the tune of Replay or something. But it pays to have some famous friends, because coming to the rescue are Kevin, Nick, and Joe, who turn her slip up into a slapper.
That U.S. Americans are unable.
Makes sense. Everybody listen.
I was just lying, by the way. This sounds like something off of Sid the Science Kid. Stella thanks the boys for their attempt at salvaging her mistake, even giving them a hug.
I mean, you know how much I hate looking silly.
Yep, you're on your own with that one, Stella. Beauty and the Beat is a respectable attempt at showing how much the boys care for Stella, as their friendship throughout the show is one of the few endearing things about it. For as forgettable as the series has been so far, the episodes that highlight them doing good things for other people seem to be the ones that work best for it. But I don't really think this is a, wow, these episodes are really good kind of thing. More so of a, I just like seeing people do good things for other people kind of thing. and the next episode is actually kind of cut from that same cloth.
Detention!
Oh, yes!
Why does Joe get popped on purpose?
Don't prove that we don't get special treatment here. As long as you don't turn this into one of your big old productions. Kevin, give me a scale model at school.
All new Jonas, Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars.
Detention premiered on August 23rd, 2009. After a girl named Abby gets her hair stuck in the fire alarm causing it to go off, she starts to get a little critical over the favoritism that some of the school's faculty shows towards the members of Jonas, especially because Joe was partially involved in the incident but didn't receive any punishment, whereas Abby gets detention. Joe apologizes to her and tries to say that mostly everyone treats them like normal in the school, aside from Mrs. Snart, who is a new teacher. Despite this explanation though, Abby isn't trying to hear none of that. So now his goal is to try to convince her and everyone else that shares the idea that Jonas immunity is a real thing that it isn't, and the only way in his mind he can do that is by getting detention. With the help of his brothers, Joe comes up with numerous ways to try to get himself in trouble, but each one is met with a positive reaction that ends up not working. Ironically, his least offensive offense is what leads to him getting the result he's been wanting. All he did was step on the school's grass or whatever. And considering it was the principal and not Mrs. Snart, he ends up getting detention. While trying to talk to her in the classroom, we get a little bit more of some background info regarding the Lucas family. Joe says that they come from a small town in New Jersey, which is not only where the show currently takes place, but also is where the Joe Bros are from in real life, making the series pretty connected to reality. What is kind of funny though is that the Jonas Brothers have a whole song called Waffle House, despite there being 0 Waffle Houses in New Jersey, a fact that I only know thanks to my friends who live in New Jersey that always complain about how there are no Waffle Houses in New Jersey. You know who you are. Text me when you get this far into the video. Throughout their time in detention, Joe tries his hardest to make up with her, but to no avail. I think the most charming thing about this episode, and is something that actually kind of makes me like it, is that Joe isn't doing this with some ulterior motive. He's not doing this because he likes her romantically or anything. He's just genuinely a good guy that wants any misconceptions about him cleared up, especially if it means piecing it up with someone. If this were any other show, a detail like this wouldn't impress me, but hey man, I'm grasping for straws here.
Hello, I'm filling in for Vice Principal Smetzer, who had to go home for a family emergency. His mother's bath was overflowing.
Man, you better get there quick or else he'll have 2 family emergencies. The one thing that does bother me about this episode is how it wraps up. Mrs. Snart, while filling in for the vice principal, continues to show Joe favor, and at some point, he's just had enough. Despite not even raising his hand when she asked for a volunteer to hand out towels and pizza during the girls' swim team victory party, Mrs. Snart calls on him anyway.
Are you disobeying a direct order from a teacher?
Yes, I am. And I think you should give me more detention.
Wait, you really don't expect special treatment?
No! He was saying that the whole episode! Why do you believe him this time after assuming he was lying every other time? He could be lying this time too, you don't know! This is by far one of the more interesting ideas for an episode that the show has had so far. Matter of fact, it's the first episode that really dives into the concept of the Lucas brothers and their relationship with everyone at school. So far, it's never really been highlighted, and considering how the show barely gave us any crumbs of exposition in the first episode, anytime they highlight something that to me, at least is a core part of the show, I'm interested. Even if it means having to do it piece by piece as the series progresses. And sure, now I know that while there are some people that might give them the special treatment, 99% of everyone else doesn't. But the subject at hand could have been handled a lot better than Joe just repeating himself over and over again throughout the entire episode, just for it to randomly click with her when he says it again.
Do I have another volunteer?
I'll do it.
Have fun. And when the party's over, grab a gift bag and just go on home.
Abby, but...
See ya.
Huh. Well, I still don't like how the episode wrapped up. This episode is actually the first we've talked about in which there's a B-plot, believe it or not. As you could expect, it mainly centers around Macy and Stella. Not much really goes on in it, it's just about Macy helping Stella pass her gym class. Though I will say, it is the first episode that reveals a particularly important detail about Macy, that being her love for sports. It's one of the core elements of her character, and is what makes her and Stella polar opposites, despite being best friends. This is how a lot of the B-plots are spent. Rarely are they ever truly worth covering because unfortunately, The only times where Stella genuinely as important in the show is if she's tied to the Jonas Brothers, whether it be professionally or romantically. And the next episode is actually a great example of that, and it's one of the most important episodes of the show.
Joe's got himself tongue-tied. But why all the wobbly words?
First date with Stella, not a date.
Is he finally falling for Stella? All new Jonas, next part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars.
Lovesick premiered on August 2nd, 2009. The first few minutes of the episode are spent showing off the band's new song, appropriately titled Lovesick. This one, aside from the intro, is probably the best one introduced so far. It's the closest to sounding like an actual Jonas Brothers song, something I could see the band actually including on an album. But of course, it's not, and I don't understand why. Jonas LA got a CD released for the songs of that season, but not season 1. W marketing, Disney. The main story of the episode, though, revolves around the boys preparing for their big performance on a morning news show called Great Morning USA, straight from the firehouse. While prepping, Stella finds out that the boys have been invited to go to a local fashion show showcasing the designs of her favorite designer. 2 of them aren't available to go though, making Joe the only brother available to go with Stella. So he says he's down and even agrees to go out to get something to eat beforehand, prompting the boys to poke fun at him, saying that he's officially having his first date with Stella. At first he's dismissive of the idea, but starts to get a little nervous when he realizes what he's gotten himself into, especially when Stella later says that they'd be going there as a couple. So he comes up with some dumb excuse preventing him from going with her.
I was looking forward to it.
You are?
Yeah. I mean, to seeing all those fashions. Wow.
Great, this is Jack and Kim all over again. Good thing the show didn't last as long though. Stella asks if he's still down to get lunch with her the next day at school though, and he says yes.
Great. It's a date?
No, it's not.
Dude, she totally heard that, bro. There's no way she didn't. The next day, Macy and Stella talk about Joe, with Stella also doubling down on them not dating. They're just really, really good friends. Macy tries to offer Stella some romance advice, but Stella's quick to turn it down considering that the only boys she's ever been interested in have been members of Jonas. To prove that she's not just some Jonas-obsessed fangirl, she decides to take up this one dude named Randolph's offer to go out on a date to a basketball game. But as we see later, as the episode progresses, she clearly hasn't totally gotten over her affinity for Jonas, as she basically just tries to turn him into one. Also, this dude was in an episode of iCarly. I love how shows from this era just keep reusing the same actors for guest spots, like Tristan Mays, Austin Butler, and of course, the cameo king himself. Back to the A-plot, Joe starts talking to Kevin about him and Stella, and while doing so, drops a pretty big bomb.
I mean, would I like to go on a real date with Stella? Of course I would, but...
Nah, it's too late, bro. You already confessed. Getting cold feet, Joe once again cancels his plan with Stella, coming up with another dumb excuse. Shout out to Stella though. She doesn't let this stop her from shooting her shot again, as she asks about his availability for tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. But Joe keeps turning her down, and honestly, I just feel bad for her at this point. Now, she finally understands what's going on here, and being the outspoken individual that she is, she decides to call him out on his behavior.
Usually when someone cancels on me twice in a row and then 3 more times in a row, I kind of assume I'm not that person's favorite person.
Trying to save face, Joe invites Stella to the big basketball game on Saturday, the same one that Macy is going to with her date, and Stella excitedly accepts. Unfortunately, Joe ends up coming down with an actual genuine cold, but he doesn't want this to stop him from going on his date with Stella. Their useless dad runs to the room to advise Joe against going to the basketball game with this cold, especially since they have a performance they need to do the next day. So, regrettably, Joe tells Stella that he can't go, and is met with the exact kind of response you'd imagine.
Joe, if you just don't want to hang out with me anymore, that's fine. I'll still be your stylist. I just wish you wouldn't feed me one excuse after another, you know?
Against his better judgment, Joe decides to go to the basketball game with Stella anyway, despite his condition, and the fact that it can get worse. So he catches her before she leaves.
I thought you were sick.
Sick? What gave you that idea?
Hey, you better not hold his hand tonight. At the basketball game, it's obvious that Joe is not doing well at all, but despite this, he still holds up on his promise to take her to the game. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea though, because in classic Joe fashion, he starts acting all weird about whether this was a date or not.
Joe, you are being ridiculous. I mean, it's like you have a problem with us dating.
But we're not.
What was that noise? Stella starts to take offense to the fact that Joe finds the idea of them being on a date together so appalling, despite him just wanting to do it to maintain their friendship. So she leaves. To make matters worse for Joe, the next morning he wakes up with a dead voice. To preserve his voice, the boys tell him to just not talk until the performance, but that becomes increasingly hard to do when Stella walks in and demands that they talk. She decides to clear the air and says that she doesn't want anything to be awkward between them, saying that they've been friends for years and doesn't want to risk messing that up, which is basically what Joe has been trying to do as well, but clearly he hasn't been handling it all that well.
Would I like to go on a real date with you? Of course.
Oh boy, we know where this is headed. Nick and Kevin go to get some food so Joe can have some alone time with Stella to talk things out.
Is it possible you possibly feel the same way about me? Oh, okay, now, let's say we possibly started dating. That would be a bad idea, right? I mean, maybe it would be the best thing that ever happened to us, but what if it wasn't? I mean, would it be worth risking all of that if it ended badly? No, it wouldn't.
This is kind of my problem with TV shows like this. We saw this in Kicking It as well. There are times, like in this episode, where the main romance of the series starts to make real progression. But because there are over 10 episodes left in the season, they can't really progress that much. So sometimes they have to more or less just backpedal and take away some of that development. You'd think these conversations would lead to them just asking each other out, and at the very least, go on a few dates to try out what's being discussed. But it doesn't. We basically have to sit through this same conversation a few more times throughout the series. The good news is, though, the events of this episode aren't completely ignored, as this is the official start of the Stella and Joe romance arc, and nearly every episode after this, assuming you go by production order, addresses their situationship, if you want to call it that, to some extent. And truthfully, this is the first episode where things in the show genuinely start to get a little interesting. Granted, it's nothing we haven't seen in shows like this in the past, but at the same time, following their will they won't they story was one of the only things in this show that at the very least had me intrigued. It's kind of like if you're in jail and nothing is going your way and it's just a horrible time of your life, but every day one of the guards gives you a small little thing of unsweetened applesauce. Like, yeah, everything else around you is bad right now, but hey, that unsweetened applesauce is likely the highlight of your day. It's not great, but it's the only thing you have going for you that isn't totally horrible. Yeah, I don't know if that works at all, actually, but I'm gonna leave it in anyway.
What about my voice?
We're doomed.
He sounds terrible.
I don't know. I think you sound kind of hot.
With our principles.
You just know they're not going to acknowledge the fact that you said this in the later episodes. Nick and Kevin come up with an idea to do a different version of Lovesick, one that takes inspiration from the blues genre, and it actually kind of works.
Don't mind, no. You're the one that I think about every day and every night, no. Call the doctor.
Keyword being, kinda. Lovesick isn't too bad of an episode. It's definitely one of the stronger ones of the series. While I do find Joe's shenanigans a little annoying, the constant planning and then canceling, I don't think it's entirely unrealistic either. I guess this show's version of the will they won't they story is a little different, considering that these guys have already known each other for years. The only hesitation that we see comes from the fact that they basically grew up together and don't want to ruin their current relationship, even their business one. So Joe's apprehensiveness coming from that is kind of valid. I don't know, this is basically the only thing the show has going for it right now besides the fire theme song. I'm happy that most of the episodes I talk about after this all tie in to this storyline. Should make for some pretty interesting content. I hope at least. All right, let's dive into it.
The bros hit the boards.
We get to wear hats with feathers.
But will stage fright keep Joe from Stella?
Porthos is her love interest.
I'm in. What?
All new Jonas, next Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars.
Three Musketeers premiered on August 9th, 2009. In this one, Kevin tries to convince the boys that they should all audition to be a part of the upcoming school play, The Three Musketeers. Although them occupying the main three roles would be pretty fitting, Joe reminds them that they aren't actors. Bit ironic, isn't it? But eventually they decide that an opportunity at being Three Musketeers would be pretty cool, so they sign up for it. The next day during auditions, Joe sees Stella talking to that Van Dyke dude that we met earlier in the season. The same one that Stella, at one point at least, had a romantic interest in, despite him being a complete idiot. And like the last time we saw Van Dyke, this leads to Joe getting a bit jealous. Especially since, one, he and Van are auditioning for the same role, and two, he and Stella had a conversation not too long ago, which kind of confirmed that there's potentially romantic interest in each other from both sides. Joe, however, shouldn't have to worry about not getting the role because the person in charge of the auditions is none other than Mrs. Snart, from the detention episode, one of the few people in the school that hasn't quite gotten used to the boys being there and still treats them like celebrities. So without barely having to audition, all 3 boys get the part. Hey, at least their name alone will sell tickets though. Stella later comes in and starts celebrating the fact that she also got a role in the play, a role that just so happens to be Joe's character's love interest. Total coincidence though, trust. Hey, does every Disney sitcom have a school play episode? I never noticed it until now, but it seems super common. Thing is, during rehearsal, Joe actually starts to feel a little stage fright, funny enough, which is surprising considering he sings all the time on the stage in front of large crowds. But this time, presumably because it's acting, things are a little different. So he tells his teacher that he just won't be able to do the part. And although she's upset to hear this, she's quickly able to find a replacement in the form of Van Dyke. And naturally, this doesn't make Joe too happy.
I'm sorry to see you quit.
I'm no Van Dyke Tosh, you know?
Well, he's no you.
Yeah, well, he's a pretty good looking guy though.
You know, the scene would have actually kind of hit if it wasn't, Joe Jonas saying that. On the day of the play, Kevin acknowledges how weird it is for them to go up on stage without Joe, considering that's all they've done since they've been making music. Up until this point, the only thing keeping Joe from totally crashing out was that the kiss scene between he and Stella's characters was only on the hand. But thanks to the school board letting up a bit on their rules, the kiss will now be a real kiss, meaning Joe is gonna have to watch someone else kiss Stella.
What?
Awesome.
You know what? I like this guy. He's kind of stupid, but he's trying his best. During the play, which only contains slightly better acting than the actual show, the kiss scene starts to get closer and closer, making Joe increasingly antsy. So not being able to stomach the sight of Stella kissing another person, he does this. Yo, why he kick him so hard for? He didn't have to do all that. Joe steps in and finishes right where Van Dyke left off. Yeah, that makes sense. We're a little too early in the story for an actual kiss. All right, where's Van Dyke at, bro? Is he okay? Okay, there he is. Anyway, they all start clapping, and I don't know why, because watching that all in real time must have been horrible, but okay. Yeah, this episode was not very good. However, we are starting to get some more story crumbs that are hopefully leading up to a somewhat decent payoff in regards to Joe and Stella's relationship arc. There's literally nothing else left to say, though. This episode was really mid. Might as well just move on to the next one.
Remember what today is?
It's our 15-year friendiversary.
The bros are out to surprise Stella.
We should do something special for Stella, like throw her a party.
But when Macy and Joe team up for some party planning,
Do you think she's on to us?
Doesn't suspect a thing.
will a sneaking suspicion bust up the celebration?
Hey guys! What is going on between Macy and Joe?
Whatever do you mean, Stella Malone? What are you doing here?
Aren't you gonna let me in?
All new Jonas, Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Karaoke Surprise premiered on September 6th, 2009. In this one, Joe points out to the boys that today is their friendiversary with Stella. This is funny because a couple episodes after this, Joe forgets Stella's birthday. Hilarious. The boys are under the impression that that's not actually a real thing, but when Stella pulls up with a shirt that says, "Happy Friendiversary," they realize that this might be legit. Well, for Joe and Stella at least. So they decide to enlist Macy to help them plan a surprise party for Stella to celebrate this occasion. Only thing is, since it's a surprise, they have to make sure to hide this from her.
Shh, remember, big surprise. Oh no, I'm not good at this.
Not good at what?
Crunking?
Yeah, it's crumping, but you're trying your best, I suppose.
You almost blew it.
Almost blew what?
Why would you say that in front of her? Thing is, thanks to a series of events involving Macy and Joe sneaking around together and not being very good liars, Stella starts to think that the two might be dating.
So you're still coming over later, right?
Oh, of course. To do homework.
It doesn't help that when Macy gets cornered by Stella about this potential discovery, she receives a call from Joe. So she decides to smash her phone on the ground, breaking it into a million pieces. I guess that's not really a million, maybe 12. That's how I know you're rich though. I wish I could just get into a phone whenever I break mine. She treated that like a disposable camera.
Okay, spill it.
Stella tries to get Kevin and Nick to confess that Joe and Macy are dating, but they play it pretty coy. She then goes to confront Joe about it, but before she can get the words out, Joe invites her to hang on Friday, something that starts to ease her suspicion. So Stella accepts, and look at her acting all giddy. No, Josh. Well, I know. Joe's plan was to hang out with Stella at school for an hour or so and then take her to the house for the party, but that plan gets thrown out the window when Stella decides to come to the house early with popcorn and the movie in hand. Joe tries to convince her to back out with him for a little bit, but she starts to get suspicious. It also doesn't help that Macy slides down the fireman pole right when Stella starts looking for her. So she rushes upstairs to track her down to finally address what's been going on between her and Joe. But when she walks into the boys' bedroom, she sees this.
It's our 15-year anniversary.
Everything gets cleared up as one big misunderstanding. And wow, this dude is really excited. All right, Shaggy. Stella especially clears things up with Macy, who responds by saying she would never get in between whatever it is that Joe and her have.
Joe and I, we're just really great friends.
Yeah, great friends who have feelings for each other but don't want to jeopardize their friendship. So they just hope that someday they will be brave enough to let their true feelings out.
Oh, she clocked your T, Stella. She clocked your T.
Clock that T. Clock it. Clock that T. Clock it. Clock that T.
Stella tells Macy that she does wonder what it would be like if her and Joe did in fact date. Something that becomes increasingly harder to not wonder once you start singing her favorite song, Give Love a Try. But I hate this song, so we're gonna fast forward it.
That you have a really nice voice.
A few people, here and there.
You know, you might even have a future as a singer someday.
Oh! All over my friend anniversary shirt.
Dude, at first I thought it was Macy who did this in order to get Stella to help clean it off or something so they can get close and look into each other's eyes and have one of those kind of Disney Channel moments. But no, it was some random girl who didn't even say sorry. That's so rude. And I get it. This was supposed to recreate the moment where they first met back when they were younger, where something similar happened. But like, that girl not apologizing is still crazy, bro. Who raised her?
You don't have pigtails and you don't punch me that much anymore.
Do you need me to punch you more often, Joe?
Maybe a little bit. Thanks. Ow.
Well, that's what friends are for.
I'm so glad the season is ending, bro. I can't take any more of this. I'm starting to understand why shows like this tend to repeat the same storyline over and over and over again when attempting to make romance plots. They're in a bit of a weird situation because while they want to have this overarching storyline, they also have to commit to however many episodes they agreed to do, in this show's case, 21. Also, kids aren't always going to remember the details of what happened in another episode. So while the repeating of storylines starts to get a little annoying from both an adult and binge watching perspective, they almost have to stretch out the storylines in order to remind kids what's going on and make sure that they have enough content across all of its episodes, especially since it's obvious that they're saving the eventual start of their relationship for one of the last couple of episodes of the series, which fortunately for us is all I have left to cover for this season. Despite it being cliche, this episode wasn't a bad watch, so let's see how they build off of it. The final 2 episodes of season 1.
Why these shows are all brand new, and we made them just for you. One premieres all on one night, it'll be a worthwhile sight. Yeah! So here goes the 411. Listen up, this will be fun. Everything we're gonna mention, be sure to pay attention. It's a night you're gonna love. Hannah's busy jumping, Kevin is a puppet, Sonny's flick is in 3D. Who the hell you gotta see? Lily's face is chocolate cake, this kid is scary steak. Nick's cookies are the best, Sonny makes a puffer mess. Jonas fences with kebabs. This truck driver's quite a slob. These chances view a wedding, and mean guy gets caught in netting. Check out Grady, he's a ringer. Jackson and Lily sport both fingers. If you want to know much more, well, there's plenty more in store. Disney Channel's night of premieres next Sunday starting at 7:30, 6:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Double Date premiered on November 7th, 2009.
You and the van man are gonna hit up that new restaurant. They serve like 17 different types of meat.
Yes, dude. I went to a place like that once because my friend got married, right? And it was part of the whole like bachelor party thing. That was an incredible experience. Like, dude, you have no idea. Hold on, forget about the show real quick. They had these waiters that would come around with giant knives, and each knife had a different kind of meat on it. And they'd come over to you and they would be like, hey, do you want to try this meat? And I would be like, yeah, sure. And so I realized how many different types of meat like that they had there. So after I put it on my plate,
a few moments later,
and so now it's like the 8th time that the dude has come around. And so he, like, all he had to do was look at me, and I just pointed the plate at this. Man, I'm telling you, bro, talking about this restaurant got me standing up, which I can do while recording because I have the Flexi Spot stand-in desk that they were so kind enough to give me. Link in the description. Man, one of these days, I got to go back to Matter of fact,
we're here. Whenever I say I'm going to go somewhere, I always go. This is the best tax write-off ever. I don't even know what half this stuff is, but I'm enjoying it, and that's all that matters.
All right, we're back. Anyway, Joe and Kevin talk about how Stella turned down Van Dyke earlier when he asked if she wanted to go out. Joe's convinced that the best thing for him to do is to tell Stella how he feels, since it'll finally end all this will they won't they stuff. But instead, he actually kind of does the opposite. The next day at school, he tells her that she should go out with Van Dyke if she really wants to, and she shouldn't let him stop her. But the way that he's phrasing it, even down to giving her his blessing on the matter, makes it seem like he's making everything about him. Like Stella has to actually ask his or anyone else's permission to make her own choice. This prompts her to later accept Van Dyke's request to go out on a date, despite Joe, which makes him start to crash out, because even though he told Stella she could go out with him, he didn't really want that to happen. His brothers try to stop him from contacting Stella and even the restaurant, and tell him that he just needs to relax and let things play out. But instead, he tricks Kevin into giving him his car keys because Kevin's, well, Kevin. So he heads to El Meat and coincidentally runs into Stella and Van Dyke. But he says he's not alone, as he's actually there for a date with Macy. Dog, didn't she just say in the last episode she wouldn't come in between her and Joe? Did anyone bother to keep up with the continuity of the show? Stella pulls the two aside and asks for an explanation, and that's when Macy comes clean and says that all of this was Joe's idea, and in exchange for exclusive info for her blog, he agreed to take her on this date. Stella asks if this was done because of any potential jealousy, and Joe swiftly dodges that question. We all know what the answer is, though. He gets jealous like in every episode that this dude Van Dyke appears in.
More.
This was literally me at that steakhouse, bro, I'm telling you. I don't know, man, a bunch of dumb stuff happens, but things start to get real when Joe and Stella get back from El Meat and talk things out at the firehouse. While going back and forth over what just happened, Joe accidentally lets it slip that he thinks Stella is gorgeous, and then later, adorable.
I didn't want to wreck everything you and me don't have together.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, well, sometimes things don't make sense.
Okay, like...
Whoa, they just kissed! Whoa! So genuinely, when I first saw this scene, my mind was actually kind of blown. I thought they were just going to keep going back and forth again and again and again, and we see this pick up in the next episode. I was also surprised because Disney typically back in the day were a little more hesitant on showing kissing scenes in their shows, unlike Nick, which, you know, I mean, they show them all the time. It was also like midnight, I was about to go to sleep, and I really just wasn't expecting much from this episode. It truly caught me off guard, more so than any moment of any show I've ever reviewed on this channel, which I feel justifies me covering this show because I've never seen it, so stuff like this could genuinely get reactions out of me. Stella, who was caught even more so off guard than I was, stumbles her way out of the firehouse, telling Joe that she'll see him tomorrow. And Joe, as you could expect, is also having a hard time processing what just happened. The next day at school, Nick and Kevin notice that Joe and Stella have seemingly made up, putting whatever happened to El Meat in the past.
Totally normal.
Totally normal.
See you at lunch?
Right.
Whoa, they kissed again! This one got an even louder reaction out of me when I watched it for the first time, because I was not expecting them to do it again. I thought it was gonna be one of those things where they walk away and the camera zooms up on both of them, making some sort of nervous face or even a smirk. But like, wow, they're dating, I think. I know, right? All right, well, first and foremost, I gotta address the elephant in the room. This is the very last appearance of Van Dyke. I know, very sad. He was a good dude, but something tells me his character won't be needed anymore. Now, onto the larger elephant in the room. What just happened? So I'm not trying to play this up for the video or anything. I genuinely had an audible reaction when I saw them kiss both times, especially that second one. Like, it sounded like I reacted to a buzzer beater game-winning shot or something. Reason being is because I truly didn't think they would kiss this early. Even bona fide Disney couples like Jack and Kim, for example, didn't kiss until way after becoming a couple. But for them to kiss before becoming a couple is nuts, and honestly it's something I haven't really seen before in a Disney show like this. Not saying it's revolutionary or anything, or even something that makes this show better than any other ones. I do think that this episode in general was just a little annoying. I've said this before, but we've received the same episode several times at this point. I said I understood why they were doing this, but now it's just starting to get kind of grating. And I say this as someone that, for whatever reason, kind of wanted them to start dating. While I do actually think the two actors have chemistry, making their character interactions somewhat charming, I think I just really wanted to get something out of this show, even if it was a potentially poorly written love plot. But I mean, considering things are in a way just now getting started, I suppose it's best to wait until after the season wraps up to talk about their storyline as a whole, especially since we have one more episode left that will hopefully address the event. So, not much else left to do other than dive into the season 1 finale.
You're watching Macy Misa's video podcast from the Jonas Loft.
Macy's got the scoop.
I am so excited to bring you behind the scenes as Jonas prepares to launch their world tour.
But when a bad grade
I can't believe I failed the test. I can't believe I passed.
puts the brakes on their big plans,
I'm afraid we're gonna have to cancel the tour.
Are you serious?
Things are looking pretty grim for the guys.
will Joe and Kevin get in tune as tutors?
Whew, what drama.
All new Jonas, Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Exam Jam, aka the season 1 finale of Jonas, has a slightly different take on the standard episode format, as this one, to start out at least, is presented as a video podcast episode for Macy's blog. The actual plot, though, is centered around the band getting ready to go on their next tour, mulling over all the things they're going to bring with them, plus the songs they'll perform on stage, with Macy adding in her 2 cents here and there, despite promising to not intervene. Things get interesting though when Macy starts interviewing Stella, as we find out that she will not be going on tour with them on account of her getting a once-in-a-lifetime internship with her favorite French designer that has a very French name, therefore I will not be attempting to pronounce it. Nevertheless, even though this is a great opportunity for her, that doesn't make it any less painful to spend an entire summer away from her best friends, and potentially her boyfriend. And Joe obviously shares some similar feelings. But things take a bit of a turn when the boys are hit with some unfortunate news. Their dad comes in to tell them that one of them failed their final school exam, which means that the tour is on the brink of cancellation. But to the shock of everyone, it wasn't Kevin nor Joe who failed. It was actually Nick, who can't even move on to the next grade unless he passes this exam, which is part of his geometry class. Ugh. Geometry. Disgusting. Throughout the entire episode, they've been cycling through a bunch of the songs that the show has had during the season, with a few of them having little baby music videos that lead into montages. But, like I've said several times already, I will have a designated part of the video that discusses the Jonas Brothers music catalog. Yes, even the Kevin Jonas solo track. All hope isn't lost quite yet though. Their dad said he'll call the school and look into Nick getting a makeup exam. In the meantime, Joe and Stella have a conversation regarding the band and not going on tour anymore, and what that could potentially mean for them.
Oh, you don't really seem that bummed that the tour just got canceled.
Oh, well, I mean, I can't say I'm not bummed that I'll get to see you every day over the summer.
Joe excitedly tells the rest of the boys and Macy that Nick gets to take a makeup exam, but they'll only be able to go on tour if he gets a 100. That'll be enough to let him pass a geometry. So, determined to get their brother to pass that exam, Kevin and Joe try to come up with ways to help him out.
Really think this will work? This is like the oldest trick in the book. Now, see, the oldest trick in the book is, what's that on your shirt?
Oh, wow, you got me.
Basically, they plan on getting Nick to remember all he needs for his makeup exam by means of song. Nick doesn't think such a tactic will actually work, but by the power of brotherhood, family, and a nice little montage, Nick actually gets a 99, 1 point shy of what he needs. But the school just kind of lets him go anyway. Yay, the tour is back on! The boys say their respective goodbyes. Kevin says goodbye to his guitar, and Joe says goodbye to Stella.
I just have to get used to the fact that you're a rock star with girl fans. Just don't forget about the girl back home who sews your pants.
Of course I won't. What's her name again?
The episode ends with the boys performing Keep It Real, one of the few songs from this season that's available to stream on Spotify. And it's one of the best ones. They picked a good song to close out not only this episode, but this season as well. Because I gotta admit, even as someone who has not been a big fan of the show so far, even my interest in what's to come next for the band has been piqued. Exam Jam is definitely one of the better episodes of the season. If you've seen some of my other TV show reviews on this channel, even the shorter ones like Bucket and Skinner, you'd know that I love when shows like this actually put effort into making season finales feel like season finales. And for the most part, this one did, even if there were a couple things that still felt like a bit of a letdown. The season both started and ended with a tour, with the first episode being centered around them returning from one, and the last one being about their departure. At the very least, they made it feel cohesive and connected. The episode's presentation and overall execution also made it feel like it was special, having Macy film the entire thing as part of her weblog or whatever. Although not paving the way for any new perspectives we wouldn't have gotten had the episode been presented normally, was a nice touch to not only keep the character involved, but also make it stand out. The episode going through most of the show's catalog of music in this episode, typically during montage sequences, also helped create an atmosphere that made the episode feel different. Like it was celebrating the season it just had, while also revving up excitement for what was to come. I don't know what the writers of the season knew exactly when it comes to how the second one was going to play out, but I do think this episode was also attempting to set up some of the dramatic and romantic elements that season 2 likely would have followed. Which, yeah, we might as well get into it. While I think making Stella stay home while the rest of the guys are on tour would have been a cliche but respectable way to add a drama to their relationship, I don't think that should have been the move only one episode after them officially becoming a couple. And speaking of that, are they a couple? The only thing that makes me really cement it in my head that they were was this scene where Joe was holding Stella really close, a lot closer than usual. I feel like it's safe to say that they are a couple, but like maybe they're waiting for the tour to be over to really start off their relationship, which of course can go all sorts of ways, which is one of the reasons why I think they were likely going to crank a few plots out of that. I'm not, however, a fan of the writers giving us this will they won't they stuff for several episodes, just for them to not make it a much bigger deal that they are in fact together. Matter of fact, I wish that was a larger focus of the episode. Overall though, we still have a whole nother season left that should expand upon not only these two, but the rest of the characters as well. Not a bad episode though, definitely one of the better ones of the season. So, as many of you have probably gathered at this point, I don't think Jonas season 1 was very good, straight up. Out of the 11 episodes we covered, I liked maybe 3 of them. The rest were either mediocre or straight up bad. I'd even go as far to say that out of the 3 videos I've done on this channel so far, this might have been the worst season I've covered. It's between this and Kicking It season 4. But like, I think your final season is low-key allowed to be a little bad depending on the show. The first 2 seasons were actually pretty good, and then you can just tell that they ran out of ideas. It happens. Having your first season be this bad though is insane. But let's get into the whys. Right off the bat, the style that they chose for this show, making it single cameraed and without a laugh track, is typically my preferred style for shows like this. You guys should be aware of that at this point. The only problem is, you gotta know what you're doing. It's a bit of a risk. Multi-camera shows are safe. A lot of them, even the best ones, feel the same. They all have the same setup and they all kind of have that same look. What sets each show apart though, and what determines if it's good or not, is quite literally if it's funny or well written. You know what to expect from the setup, you know there's going to be laughter whether it's a track or a studio audience, and it's just a lot easier and cheaper to film, though I am sure it still does have its challenges. It's also the easiest type of sitcom to digest to most viewers, I feel, because it's the most familiar. You don't have to spend any time trying to set up the world of the sitcom because chances are the audience is already aware of that style. You don't need to sell it to them. Single camera shows, on the other hand, like I said, you better know what you're doing because there is a lot more at stake and a lot more that can go wrong. You have to put in the work ahead of time to figure out the format of the show, where the show can and can't go, its sense of humor, its tone, and then even the visual language. Most kids sitcoms that are single camera have some sort of shtick. Zeke and Luther talk to the camera. Lizzie and Kirby have little 2D characters running around. Big Time Rush would use music videos to connect to the show to advance the plot, some of which didn't have canon explanations for. They would just happen spontaneously like most musicals, but would be treated like it's just a normal occurrence or that nothing even happened. Jonas, to me, spends the entire season trying to figure out what it's supposed to be. Season 1 literally feels like a prototype or a rough draft to a much better show. It introduces one thing in one episode and then never really follows up on it again. I think they were aiming for the whole live action cartoon thing, but the problem is they don't fully commit to it. I said this earlier, but there are times where something rather animated would happen, but because the show doesn't always do that, when it does happen, it feels slightly out of place. They never really do it consistently. I guess my main complaint is that the show doesn't really have an identity. I couldn't really describe the show to anyone, other than using the word silly, I guess. In multiple aspects, the show feels like it's just missing something. Some of that we touched on earlier, but also sometimes the show just feels empty. That's another issue with it. Sometimes an episode isn't good or bad, it's just nothing. I think worse than being bad, sometimes the show is just boring. Even Disney shows that I think are bad, like Shake It Up, for example. I'm not bored when I watch that show. With this show, sometimes there ain't nothing to watch. A lot of it has to do with the pacing. Episodes can move really slowly at times. I also just don't agree with the route that they took for this show. You got the Jonas Brothers, fresh off of Camp Rock and some of their hit songs, and you put them in this? The show at times feels more like Imagination Movers or the Fresh Beat Band than an actual show that would be appropriate for these guys to star in. Even down to the sets, bro. Some of these were straight up goofy looking. Had them living in a firehouse and stuff. Y'all ever go to an amusement park and they put on a little play or something? That's honestly what the sets of this show looks like. Some of these looking straight out of Dutch Wonderland. Man, I miss that place. This show looks so weird, bro. Look at their cafeteria. I ain't ever been to a school that has their cafeteria inches away from the hallway. And I just don't think a show as goofy looking as this one is what the band needed at this point in time. Bro, there's a whole song and music video dedicated to how the boys have a crush on this pizza girl. And they're singing on top of a giant pizza and they almost get tomato paste poured on them. And it's just weird because they were nominated for a Grammy in the same year. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even want to tell people about the show because it definitely wasn't a great look. The Jonas Brothers were hot around this time. If I was in charge of giving them their own show, I would have made it significantly more grounded and mainly just focus on their music career. You'd think that would have been a greater focus in the show, but it wasn't. Remember that episode of Austin and Ally where Austin is nervous that he'll fail at successfully hitting a high note? We needed more of that. We needed episodes where they just do regular music stuff that every musician has to face. We needed episodes where they meet with producers or try to get a big rapper to feature on their song. And the rapper probably would have been played by Brandon Michael Smith because every time he appeared in something other than Sunny with a Chance, he was a rapper. Keep all the romance stuff, that's fine. You could even keep the school stuff. But not spending more time on the music aspect of the show was an odd choice and honestly wasted potential because they're the Jonas Brothers. The show also could have benefited from a more Victorious-like setting, I feel, where they actually just go to a school with other famous actors and singers and stuff. That alone could have paved the way to so many interesting plots. If you're going to make a show about famous people, I kind of want to see them hanging around other famous people. You might as well go all the way. And we do get that a little bit, but there could have been more. Dude, imagine an episode where Nick goes on a date with, I don't know, Selena Gomez or something. But it's actually Selena Gomez playing Selena Gomez. That would have been fun. Episodes like Home Movies and Keeping It Real would have still had their place. But there are definitely a bunch of episodes in this season that just do not take advantage of the fact that these characters are famous. Using the Jonas Brothers as characters at the height of their popularity just to have them singing about some pizza girl is like getting thrown the perfect alley-oop just to not dunk it. You missed your highlight. However, the show isn't all bad though. I mean, it kind of is, but there are some good things. Occasionally, through the deeds of the characters, we do get some pretty heartwarming, feel-good moments, which I gotta say, no pun intended, I am a sucker for. And there were some good songs. There was also a good episode every now and then. Plus, the show had potential, so in a way, you could say that it was almost good. Yeah, that's all I got. Actually, I take that back. The one thing that made the show even remotely watchable sometimes were the characters. Sometimes. So let's take a break from talking about the episodes of the show and focus more on the characters within them. It's time for another Mr. Nostalgia character analysis.
Disney Channel helps you know your Jonas. First, know that Jonas all live in a super cool firehouse. You also got to know that this is Stella.
Check it out.
Childhood friend and super style and stylist.
Go try that on.
At school, Jonas are just regular guys.
Oh, you're one of those brothers in that band that goes here.
Except when they run into #1 fan Macy. Now you know your Jonas.
You're a genius.
Jonas, Saturdays at 8, 7 Central on Disney Channel.
In Jonas, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people labeled as series regulars. Starting with the obvious, we have the Lucas brothers, Nick, Joe, and Kevin. These guys, rightfully so, get a large bulk of the screen time. After all, the show is named after the actors that play them. Kevin Lucas actually gets first billing in the show, which, although is obviously due to him being the oldest, is also weird because out of the three, he gets considerably less attention. Kind of like in real life, unfortunately. Though I did hear he used to have a reality show. So I'm not gonna watch it, but that's interesting. Even if the writers don't like his character, I kinda do. To an extent. He is obviously the dumb character, which is a character type I've always had mixed feelings on, but I will say, unlike some other dumb characters in shows like this, I'd say they do him pretty tastefully. He's not like some characters where every single thing they do is just idiotic. He's more like a character that just happens to be dumb, instead of his dumbness being his entire thing. Like London in Sweet Life on Deck, or Skinner in Bucket and Skinner, or Paisley from Ant Farm, Dude, I don't even know if she knew she was alive, to be honest with you. Kevin is the guitar player for the band, and throughout the show, he's revealed to be pretty thoughtful and caring, not just to his brothers, but to Macy and Stella as well. Always lending a helping hand or a boot. Plus, despite being the comic relief character, occasionally his ideas do prove to be pretty smart and useful. Kevin Lucas is what you call a dumb character done right. Joe Lucas gets the second billing in the show, which is funny because he is totally the main character of the series. Like, it's not even close. He was the only one with a consistent arc this season. But to be fair, this did make a lot of sense, as Joe was, at least around this time, the most popular member of the group. He was the lead singer in a lot of their hit songs, had the most screen time in Camp Rock, and I didn't even know this until recently, but he dated Taylor Swift, which was crazy, but also not that crazy, to be honest. We are talking about Taylor Swift here. Even as a kid, I always kind of thought Joe was like the leader of the group, so they definitely leaned into that when making the show. In the intro, Joe would be in the middle of them all the time. There are scenes where they walk together at school and Joe is typically in the middle, making him, in a way, front and center. On a marketing standpoint, was definitely the right move. And to be honest, after doing a lot of research for this video, Joe ended up being my favorite member of the band. As far as the show goes though, he's not a bad character, but he's definitely not my favorite. But also, to be fair, I kind of don't have a favorite. So, like in real life, Joe is seen as the heartthrob of the group. He's not a player per se, at least not in the same way guys like Zach Martin and Drake Parker are. While he does have a few different love interests throughout the show, typically they only last an episode and he always finds his way back to Stella. He's slightly full of himself, definitely views himself as a pretty boy, but he's not obnoxious about it either, nor is that his entire trait. It's not like he views himself as this high and mighty person that only hangs out with other cool guys. Matter of fact, there's one episode where one of his childhood best friends comes to visit him, and the dude is a total nerd. He's played by Zeke and Luther legend Nate Harley, who played Ozzy in the show, and he was a complete dork. There is something kind of refreshing about seeing a character like Joe, who gets all the girls in the world and probably has movie stars on speed dial, still finding time for his nerdy childhood friends that he had before the fame. And that's probably the best thing about his character. Several times we see Joe put in the scenarios where he could have easily flexed his Jonas card, but he never did. And he easily could have. Matter of fact, he didn't want to get special treatment, which was cool. Where his character kind of falls, though, is that he would turn trivial situations that truly were not that serious into huge deals. Always panicking and turning things from 0 to 100, creating situations that gave me a lot of secondhand embarrassment. To be fair, that is how some teens act, and it is another thing that I guess adds to his relatability, but it still resulted in some of my least favorite plots of the show. Also, I will give credit where credit is due. Joe is the best actor out of the three for sure, and he improved as the series went on. Nick Lucas is the youngest of the group. Additionally, he's the lead writer and drum player for the band. He's also the smart one and the serious one, the straight man, if you will, always being the guy to go to for plans when the boys are in trouble. He's known to approach all of the aspects of his life the same way, intensely. While it works in some fields like songwriting, it can also result in emotional damage when dealing with relationships. And I don't know, he's just kind of there. Because of the fact that his character was designed to lack personality, I kind of didn't really care much for him. Nor are there any stories that are made in this season where his traits would be best suited, aside from the one with Bridget Mendler, but I kind of hated that one. You then have Tom Lucas. He's their dad and manager. Now, I'm not going to lie, I genuinely thought this dude only appeared in half of the episodes. Little did I know he was actually in almost every single one of them. That's how forgettable this dude is. His main role was to, well, be a dad. And so he'd come in and offer some fatherly advice, some of which could be kind of off the walls. He would also let them know if there was some sort of important info that they needed to hear regarding the band. But other than that, he wasn't really that useful in the show. He would rarely have his own subplots. He would kind of just appear in scenes here and there. And it's interesting too, because usually Disney shows would have that one zany adult character that stands out. And while I think they tried to go for that with good old Tom here, I don't think it ever really connected. Stella Malone is the childhood best friend of the Lucases, though more specifically Joe, since I'm assuming they're the exact same age. I never really find out anyone's ages in the show, now that I think about it. She's very headstrong and confident, always feeling she can do whatever is put in front of her. That being said, she's not above getting jealous, nervous, or any other emotion that shows just a little weakness, especially when it comes to Joe. Which is good, it makes her feel more human. More importantly though, Stella is truly there for the guys when they need her, especially in the fashion department, which is her bread and butter and number one interest. And skill, might I add. Not sure where she got the money from to design the Stellavator though. And then obviously, of course, she has quite the crush on Joe, which was the focus on a lot of the episodes that she appeared in. I've already given my opinions on that though. Plus, there's a whole other season's worth of content that I'm sure will advance that story. Stella's another one where she's kind of just alright to me. Sometimes I do actually really like her character, and other times she's involved in some plots that kind of just make my eyes roll. Then lastly, to round out our main cast, we have Macy Misa, Stella's best and Jonas obsessed friend. A lot of her character revolves around her being a Jonas fan. She kind of has a crush on all three of them, runs a Jonas fan page, and can't even act while being around them. I will say though, as time went on, she did start to become used to the boys. Though I do wonder if Macy was a new student or something, because she's basically the only kid in the school that reacts like that. But regardless, I'm glad that they changed her character a bit. I think it would have been ridiculous if in episode 20, she still passes out while in their presence. What is cool about her character though is that she is really into her sports. I mean, she plays basically all of them. She's like the athletic version of China Parks. I like Macy though. She's probably one of the better characters in the show. She's kind of like a puppy, you know? Just always super happy and jittery. But what helps is that she's not an annoying kind of jittery, like that one girl from iCarly. Yeah, her. Like every other sitcom out there, to round out the cast, we have recurring characters. Though I will say, while Jonas does have a couple, they're not really all that memorable. We have the other two members of the Lucas family, Sandy and Frankie. Sandy is their mom. She loves her sons. But she's also barely in the show. She never actually appears again, actually, so there's not much to really talk about. Frankie gets a little more screen time, which is cool because he's a fun little character. Occasionally, he gets his own subplots, sometimes with his dad or the other boys. He's always up to something, that little scallywag. There's also a big man, the boy's bodyguard, Van Dyke, Stella's former love interest. You know Joe is going to crash out when Van Dyke is in an episode. Then lastly, there's Mrs. Snart, whose name is actually Mrs. Snark, which I did not know until now. I'm sorry. She just really likes the Jonas Band. Out of all these characters, Frankie is the most notable one for sure. He's one of the few that actually carry over to season 2. But as you can see, there is definitely a bit of an issue when it comes to those secondary characters. A lot of them just aren't very memorable, nor do they do anything. Van Dyke, Sandy, and Mrs. Snark are the only ones that have major impact on the stories they're in. And even then, they aren't in many episodes. Big Man and Frankie could legit be left out of the show and nothing changes. Oftentimes, secondary characters are created out of necessity, because when a character is put in a setting where it wouldn't make sense for any of the other series regulars to appear, you have to create somebody for them to associate with, like how Good Luck Charlie created Ivy and Emmett for Teddy and PJ. They were in every episode, but they still had a heavy presence and positively impacted the show. This show never really gave their secondary characters that same kind of spark though, unfortunately. So while none of them are straight up bad or anything, like a lot of things that pertain to this show, they're just kind of forgettable. The one thing I'll give this show though is that I feel the main cast and this dynamic for the most part actually work, which is good. You can fill out an entire episode with A and B plots using the series regulars pretty easily. The brothers handle band stuff with their dad, while Macy and Stella do best friend stuff. I don't love, well, anything about the show, but I do like how they write the boys. They're actually all pretty supportive of each other and don't really argue that much. One thing I have gathered from my research of the band is that these guys can actually be pretty funny in real life.
So Nick, who are you dating these days? No, I'm just kidding.
See, I knew you would get a rise out of you on that one. That was fun.
Like, yeah! Finally! I'm gonna kill her! Find your house!
Who do you think are the sexiest sisters?
Do you have a sister?
What made you go with that verse? I don't. What made you with that verse?
I do wish we got to see a little bit more of that in this show, but that's not entirely on them. Matter of fact, it's not really on them at all. Overall, though, there's nothing remarkable about how the characters in the show are written. None of them really stand out that much, but they also aren't appalling or anything, so I guess there's that. Hey, at the very least, the state of the characters are consistent with the rest of the show's quality, so I guess there is that. Gotta love consistency. I guess.
The three brothers shared one big dream. They never imagined they would live it. Disney Channel's taking you on tour to Europe with Jonas Brothers. No. Go behind the scenes, get up close.
It's gonna be awesome.
Madrid! And see them like you've never seen them before.
You guys excited to play?
Jonas Brothers Living the Dream. New episode next on Disney Channel.
All right, so to get us started with this intermission, I thought I'd explain, well, what it is first. So as you know, there is a lot more Jonas Brother content, lore, and fun facts beyond just this TV show and the Camp Rock films. No, as soon as they started to really pop off, the Jonas Brothers were basically inescapable around this time, especially in the kid/teen space. So I thought I would spend this time talking about some of the other things that they did, both for the network and outside of it, in order to really get a better grasp on their dominance from around this time, plus with some fun facts, random things that I learned about them sprinkled in there as well. Number one, frequent watchers of the Disney Channel around this time might remember this thing called Studio DC Almost Live. It was one of the first Disney projects to incorporate the Muppets in starring roles post their acquisition of their brand in 2004. Only receiving 2 specials, the series was centered around the Muppets interacting with other Disney Channel stars from around that time, like Colin Dillon Sprouse and Miley Cyrus. In the first episode, we get an appearance from the Jonas Brothers, who perform their song That's Just the Way We Roll with none other than Miss Piggy. She even mentions that she wants to be a Jonas sister, with the boys later accepting her offer at the end of their performance, being amazed by her singing ability. Yeah, okay, y'all just wanted her to leave you alone. And I can't say I blame you. Number 2, before their Disney days, back when they were still with their former recording company, an attempt was naturally made to get the Jonas Brothers out there, especially to the younger demographic, like having them perform at Six Flags, for example. Did you know, however, that before going to Disney, they made appearances on both Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network? In 2006, during CN's Friday night programming block, where they'd usually have people perform in between the airing of cartoon episodes, the Jonas Brothers actually ended up making an appearance, though footage of their performance isn't found. There is, however, footage of when Amy Lee from Evanescence, one of my favorite bands, performed on there, though apparently she hated doing that. She did it for her little brother though, so I'm sure it was worth it in the end. As for their Nickelodeon appearance though, technically they never actually made one. However, their song Mandy was played in the background of an episode of Zoe 101, meaning they technically were able to complete the trifecta. Number 3, during the filming of Camp Rock 2, the boys decided to make a parody song called Bounce, featuring Big Rob and Demi Lovato. I had no memory of this as a kid, however, I remember when I watched the premiere tape of Starstruck for my video on it, it randomly just started playing, and I was confused the entire time. According to the Jonas Brothers, the song charted, though I personally cannot find any data that supports that statement. Number 4, in 2009, the Jonas Brothers made 2 theatrical appearances, but in 2 very different ways. While they only had a small cameo in Night in the Museum 2 as a bunch of singing cherubs, earlier that year they had a concert movie released in the theaters. The Jonas Brothers, the 3D experience, with Demi Lovato and Taylor Swift as guests. Both people Joe Jonas ended up dating too. Very funny. Releasing in February, the movie made $23 million, with $17 million being spent on it. It wasn't a huge box office success, but it did show how real and rapid the brothers' growth was. The movie started out with the brothers being chased by girls in New York City, despite the actual concert footage being taken from their performance in California. This was 2009, of course, so there were obvious shots of the movie made for the audience watching it in 3D. I'm so glad this gimmick is over. Some people apparently literally slept outside the venue for this concert. See, this is actually really interesting for me because I was obviously aware of who these guys were back then, but they just weren't a part of my world. I knew they were big, but the specifics weren't very known to me. It's really impressive, especially looking at this as an adult. This was also the very last era where social media hadn't completely taken over. Social media has kind of made the distance between fans and celebrities slightly closer. It's kind of ruined the mystery, if you want to call it that, of celebrities. Seeing them in person was a much bigger deal because now, at the end of the day, you can always just see what they're doing on Instagram or TikTok. And trust me, the Jonas Brothers, specifically Joe, are very active. Every time I check this dude Joe's Insta story, he's always doing some nonsense. I wasn't sure about watching this movie as I didn't know how essential it would actually be for this video, but I honestly am glad I did. And to think, things got even crazier a year later when some kid from Canada decided to make his presence known across the world, but that's for another time, perhaps in another video. I'm playing, I'm never making a Justin Bieber retrospective. I'm more likely to make a Cody Simpson video or something. Or Grayson Chance, remember him? Number 5, the Jonas Brothers had their own mini reality show on Disney Channel called Living the Dream that showed the behind the scenes of their life. The episodes would mainly focus on their adventures while touring. Season 1 was during the When You Look Me in the Eyes tour, while Season 2 was centered around their 2009 world tour. The show was designed to help fans get to know the band a little better, while also showing that even though they might be famous or whatever, they're actually still pretty similar to other kids, aside from Kevin, who straight up got married. They even talk about that in the show. Number 6, the Jonas Brothers, as you know, had a really heavy presence during the Friends for Change initiative that began in 2009. I don't really feel like explaining what it was, especially since I have a whole video talking about it, which you should check out, by the way. But basically, it was a series of PSAs made to spread awareness on important issues. In 2009's case, environmental issues. Promos incorporating all the Disney stars from around that time aired on the network. All of them being sent to the Friends for Change theme song, Send It On, sung by Miley, Selena, Demi, and the Jonas Brothers. Let me just start off by saying this is just iconic. The big three of Disney plus the Jonas Brothers? Are you kidding me? But we'll get back to that song a little later. What I wanted to point out was how Disney somehow managed to get just about every main young star of a show in the same place at the same time. Literally everyone was here. It was like the Smash 5 of Disney Channel. Now the thing is though, apparently, as you could kind of expect when you get a group of teenagers in one setting, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. You would hope that would, be the case. You would hope that everyone would be nice to each other and realize they're together for a good cause, but some people were apparently taking shots at each other. While Disney recruited basically every star from their main channel, you gotta remember, this was 2009. And so even though the Friends for Change initiative was a priority for them, they also had another project around that time that arguably was a higher priority. That being the launch of Disney XD. And so to help sell to kids that they were all one big happy family, Disney invited Zeke and Luther stars Hutch Dano, Daniel Curtis Lee, and Adam Hicks to help spread the message. Being an avid Zeke and Luther fan around this time, I thought this was sick. Not everyone had the same reaction though, especially a certain Jonas brother. Hutch Dano revealed in a podcast interview a couple years back that while they were all huddled up and filming the promos, Nick Jonas called him over.
One of the Jonas Brothers said, "Hey," and I didn't know he was talking to me. And he goes, "Hey." He sounded combative already. I turn and I go, "Yeah?" And he goes, "So you're on Disney XD, right?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "You know what XD stands for?" And I go, "Extreme Disney?" And, they never really clarified. So he goes, No, we've decided it's Exile Disney. Yeah, so should probably go over there.
So here's the thing. He at the time didn't reveal who it was, and so being clueless about the Jonas Brothers, I kind of just assumed it was Joe. He definitely seemed like the bad boy of the group from my perspective. But then later, he revealed that it was actually Nick, which surprised me then, and still surprises me now. Now granted, we don't know the full context of the story, and this was a long time ago, but that's kind of crazy, and pretty unnecessary, to be honest. Just going off of what I've seen from Nick, it seems slightly out of character, especially considering how quiet and serious he seems to take things. Can't imagine him, out of all people, bragging about being on the real Disney Channel. But nevertheless, here we are. At the same time though, he was like 16 and his career had taken off. At that time, he was probably the most successful person in the room, along with his brothers, of course. It's probably hard not to have an ego when stuff like that is happening at such a young age. Not to mention he's hanging with Miley Cyrus and Selena Gomez. He likely saw that as an opportunity to be funny or something. I can kind of get it, but still, it is kind of crazy. This whole thing was about unity and being friends. And then he just flames bro for no reason. It's not something I'm obviously holding against him now or anything, though. He was a kid, and I'm sure, I hope at least he wouldn't do anything like that now. But yeah, that was interesting. Now, with that being said, that's not typically the drama that people associate with this era. No, a lot of those discussions are typically centered around a potentially chaotic and messy situation involving the romantic lives of Joe, Nick, Miley, and Selena. Why is that? Well, I'm just going to put in a clip from my Friends for Change video. Nick used to date Miley, then left Miley for Selena. There was also a point in time where everyone was kind of making diss tracks about each other. Like, I know 7 Things was definitely about Nick Jonas, I'm pretty sure. And there were probably some other ones as well. And like, there was also this video where 15-year-old Miley and her 21-year-old friend Mandy made fun of Demi and Selena's YouTube video or something.
Yo. Yo, yo. Yeah, I said it twice. Got a problem with that?
Yo! Yo, yo. Yeah, I said it twice. Got a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
Wow, I can just feel 2008 from this video, especially that haircut. Look, I'm not going to turn this video into a timeline of all their beef, but if I had to guess, judging by the information that I've gathered, I think we all kind of imagined them all hating each other during this specific period in time. Nick and Miley were spotted out together post-breakup around the time filming for this special began. And a few months later, it was confirmed that Miley and Nick were back together. So it's safe to assume that Nick, Miley, Joe, and Kevin, I guess, were all cool with each other. Selena and Demi, on the other hand, well, there was this one behind-the-scenes photo of Selena and Miley hugging while they weren't shooting. So maybe they were cool with each other then? And at the time, it was always Selena and Demi versus Miley. So if Selena was cool with Miley, then maybe Demi was too. Plus, Demi and the Jonas Brothers were particularly close because they would always go on tour together and stuff. And the only Jonas brother Demi dated was Joe, and that wasn't until 2010. So I doubt she had any beef with those guys at the time. Now, I could be wrong about all of this, of course, but even now I do kind of think that maybe some of these things were blown a bit out of proportion. Demi and Joe later would team up once again to make a Wave, the second song used for Friends for Change. Not as good as Send It On, but still a bop. Then later, that would be the last thing that the Jonas Brothers did for Friends for Change, as they left the channel later that year, though they still made appearances on the network after that, like when Joe was on Sunny with a Chance. Number 7, since we're on the topic of people Joe Jonas dated, I feel like it's worth mentioning that he was also in a relationship with AJ from Ally and AJ, something I found out like yesterday. Number 8, and finally, the Jonas Brothers have a surprisingly rich history with video games. Disney made a trilogy of karaoke games entitled Sing It. I remember specifically there was one that was on the shelf at my local Family Dollar for literally years. Might still be there to this day, who knows? Anyway, Jonas Brothers songs were featured in each game, along with other Disney stars as well, of course. There was also Disney Channel All-Star Party, a game featuring multiple other Disney Channel shows and movies like Sweet Life, Hannah Montana, and Camp Rock, which also received its own game as well. In All-Star Party, though, you could basically go into any of those Disney Channel worlds and play a series of mini games with the characters from that respective show / movie, with the Jonas Brothers having a double representation thanks to their show being featured, plus Camp Rock too. Nick Jonas himself had his own side gig as well. Apparently, he was commissioned to compose some music for the game Wizard 101, and so because of that, he even gets a cameo in the game in the Winter Tusk world. I know nothing about this game. I'm sure Chupo covered this at some point though. Hey, shout out to him. And then lastly, I couldn't move on without talking about the official Jonas video game based on the TV show, because this was 2009 and just about every movie or show had its own game. Man, I miss those days. It's pretty standard for a game of its kind though. Each level and mission is inspired by different aspects of the show, including actual episodes, all of them incorporating songs from the soundtrack. I actually was able to play this game for a couple hours and, well, I'll just show y'all some of the results. So basically, this is the first TV show that I've covered that actually has like a real video game. So yeah, this is based off of the TV show, appropriately called Jonas, and we're gonna try it out. Let's get started. Yes, let us get started. Why are their hands a different shade than the rest of the body. Congratulations, you've unlocked HMA Girl Top and D Gamer. I've also unlocked Jonas Girl Shorts. I don't think I'll be able to fit any of those, but thanks. Their mom, Sandy, I think is their name. That might be the actress's name. She was kind of bad, I'm not gonna lie. Mom, stop running away. I'm trying to ask you a stupid question. I think we're getting a little too big for, whoa. Why is she, bro? Why are you, all right, this is, okay, wait, actually, I just want to explore this real quick, see how accurate it is to the show. So this is totally Nick's bed that he sleeps on, though it looks like a collection of books. This is a recording studio. There we go. There we go. Wake up, Kevin. Imagine that's how you actually talk in the show. Wake up, Kevin. Thanks a lot. I was in the middle of an awesome dream. He was probably dreaming about him falling at the, what was it, the VMAs or something? Yo, is that alcohol? Hold on. Oh, they got that, they got that LeBron Hennessy, okay. Regular kids don't have elevators, so I took the liberty of shutting it down. Frankie, you always be on... Come on. Whoa, why does... Whoa. Hold on. This elevator needs a power boost. Enter inside. What am I supposed to do? Charge it up with, like, electricity powers or something? Whoa, I guess so. Okay. Nick is sprinting, dude. You probably can't even run this fast in real life. Oh, I juked him. Did you see that? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. Wait, is that the school? Yeah, I think that's the school. Yeah, go to basketball court. No, I'm gonna break your ankles. I'm about to break your ankles. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Yep, come here, come here. Nope, come here. Nope. Oh, oh, oh. Hold on, let's go again, let's go again. What's up? Come on, hold on. Oh, wait, whoa. Chill. They don't do that in the show. They don't raise their hand and say Jonas. But whoa. Yeah, man, the Jonas Brothers had their hand in just about every possible cookie jar around this time. Music, TV shows, movies, video games, baby bottle pop, you name it. They must have been swimming in the money, bro. They took every opportunity they could to get their names out there, and clearly it paid off. Literally. They truly were inescapable around this time. But all good things must come to an end. So how exactly did their tenure with the Disney wrap up? Well, it's time we find out in the second half of the video. Starting with season 2 of Jonas, aka the Jonas LA. Historically speaking, it's not uncommon for Disney Channel shows to make some sort of dramatic change in location in their final season. And oftentimes these changes are accompanied by a new title. Live in Maddie Cali style, Lab Rats Bionic Island, Sweet Life on Deck. The Jonas LA though is quite different, and for a few reasons. For starters, even though it did end up being the final season of the series, it wasn't intended to be originally. Also, this was more than just a simple title change or even a change of scenery. While all the other shows basically stayed the same, minus a new set or two, this show was changed drastically, more so than any other Disney Channel series out there. Matter of fact, I'd say just about everything about the show, besides the characters of course, were completely different. What are those changes, and more importantly, why were they made? Well, let's look into it. As you can gather, the setting of the show was moved from New Jersey to California, more specifically Hollywood Hills. This is explained in the very first episode of the season, where it says that the band, plus Stella, Macy, and their security guard Big Man, have all decided to spend their summer in an LA rental house, fresh off of coming off their world tour, which we heard about in the season 1 finale. So yes, everything that happened in the first season is still very much so canon, despite the show more or less being a soft reboot. Because of this move though, naturally there are characters that we see less of. For example, Sandy, aka their mom, is no longer in the show. They reference her here and there, but she never actually appears. That goes for most of the recurring characters that we saw in season 1, especially the ones that we mainly only saw at school, like Van Dyke or Mrs. Snark. As for their dad, John Ducey has been demoted as a series regular, and instead only appears in 1 out of the 13 episodes of the season. The only season 1 recurring character that actually gets more than a couple appearances is surprisingly Frankie, who gets 3. and he's only ever like relevant to the plot in one of them. Despite this though, the show never feels empty. Matter of fact, I'd say one of the things this show improves on in this second season is the recurring characters. I'll go into detail about this later, but each character in Jonas has their own little subplot going on for the most part, and so because of this, we get introduced to a lot of new characters, all of which are significantly more memorable than the ones we had in season 1. Some of which, although being new faces to the show, should still be pretty recognizable if you're watching Disney around this time. But again, we'll touch on that later. Another huge way that the show was changed is in the production department. One thing I really didn't like about Jonas season 1 was how I never felt like the style of the show matched the characters/actors. This season, on the other hand, completely switched things up from the previous one in just about every way, and it certainly is a lot closer to how I always thought the show should have been in order to match where the Jonas Brothers were at that point in time. For starters, remember how I said how I wasn't a big fan of the sets? Well, this show actually solved that problem by getting rid of them, to some extent at least. A lot of this show is actually shot on location instead of a soundstage. If you remember my Zeke and Luther video, you know that I always preferred that look because it just makes shows a lot more visually appealing and immersive. And Jonas LA honestly looks even better than that show. I mean, at times, this is straight up the best looking kids show I've ever seen. It would not doubt me at all if this season of Jonas is the most expensive season of a Disney show ever produced. I don't think season 1 of Jonas has a single shot where they actually filmed outside, and now that I think about it, they rarely even attempted to mimic an outside look, which is weird. Jesse at least tried to have outdoor looking sets, and although they looked trash, they still attempted. So the little shots we see of the show where there's like a window or something that we can see through and we get a slight glimpse of the outdoors look really fake. And so considering the rest of the show wasn't very good, I was already not very willing to pay attention. But in this new season, when they're outside, they're genuinely outside and it just looks so much better and realistic. It expanded the world of the show and made it feel way less crowded. I feel like everyone in season 1 was always so bunched together and huddled up, but now there's wiggle room. It also just looks more mature, which leads to my next point. I think the main reason the show went with this new route was to not only reach a wider demographic, but to make it feel more age appropriate for the band members. Granted, it's not like they're drinking booze and doing drugs at house parties now, but this definitely feels a lot closer to what teenagers, famous or not, go through. The show is still obviously a comedy, but there is a major upshift in the drama aspect of the show. It feels a lot more like Zoe 101 than iCarly. I'd even argue it's a drama first. The show now has ongoing storylines throughout all of its 13 episodes. It's serialized. Season 1, you could watch almost completely out of order. I mean, the show was literally aired out of order. This show wasn't though. You have to watch every episode in order to get a grasp of the stories they're trying to tell. There's even a part in the beginning of each episode that recaps what happened in the previous ones in order to catch people up. Like this is X-Men the animated series or something. And overall, the show just has a much more mature and calmer and down-to-earth vibe to it than the cartoony style show we had in the first season, making it feel a lot more like real life, especially the life of the Jonas Brothers. To help execute this change, we did see a slight shift in the creative department. Interestingly enough, the names of the series creators, Michael Curtis and Roger Showman, are actually omitted from the season's intro. I'm not sure what that totally means in the long run, if anything at all, but after doing some research, aside from being labeled as co-producers in the actual credits of the show, it doesn't look like either of them actually had much to do with the development of this new season. Instead, the show received new producers and showrunners like Paul Hohen, who is known for directing a lot of Disney Channel projects, the late Lester Lewis, who actually worked on The Office, and Jessica Kaminsky, who later went on to work on Dog with a Blog and So Random, and that's just to name a few. The series definitely went through quite the overhaul in terms of its production crew. Nearly every episode is written by a different person actually, which is kind of nuts. So, now that all of this has been considered, we have to ask the question. Did all of these changes prove to be the right move? Did they upgrade the show's quality in any capacity? Well, my friends, there's only one way to find out, and that's by diving in to the season. Let's see what season 2, aka Jonas LA, is all about.
Thought it was always sunny in LA. Hey Rob, can you move to the left? Thanks, man.
Much better. Jonas LA. New season, new city. Premiering Sunday, June 20th at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
House Party aired on June 20th, 2010. The episode starts off with the boys exploring the crib that they will be temporarily staying in. And honestly, their reactions to it are pretty valid. This house is nice. It's got a game room, a music room, a bathroom, which has somehow already been occupied by Big Man. The boys start envisioning how sick their summer is going to be, not just in this house, but in LA in general. Playing all day, partying all night. But of course, once they discover there's a pool, a nice one at that, they decide that maybe they can pull all that off just for a little bit. We're then introduced to the season 2 intro, which although has the same song, offers some completely different visuals. I remember as a kid thinking that LA Baby was the theme song of the season for whatever reason though. I guess because that's the song that they constantly use in the marketing. Anyway, this season's visuals are definitely more interesting than last season's. I feel like they made a significantly better use of the green screening to surround the actors with some eye-catching and appropriate visuals for the kind of show this is now. A lot better than the predominantly white background from the first season's intro. After the opening, we get a little more context on the situation that the boys are in now. Their parents agreed to let them stay here in LA for the summer, mainly due to them viewing Kevin as responsible enough. Some might view this as a departure from his character a bit because, as we've seen a few times throughout season 1, he's stupid and hasn't been tricked by the boys, especially Joe, into allowing them to do stuff. But this is actually one of the first signs we get that the writers are taking a new approach on his character. While he's not a genius or anything, they do kind of make him less of the dim-witted comic relief character and more so into a responsible older sibling character, which was necessary for the show's setting and tone. He's a lot less goofy this year, which is good. Bro finally locked in. He even gives this look a lot, which is very older brother coded. Additionally, we learned that Macy and Stella are currently on their way from the airport, and Joe still hasn't formally asked Stella to be his girlfriend. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because we never actually did see him ask her last season, but like, also kind of tiring because you just know this was done so they could once again stretch the story out and add more drama to this season. Especially since the show actually is a drama now. The two haven't seen each other since the tour started, which adds up from season 1. But this dude Joe hasn't even mentioned to her that he wants to be her boyfriend, which continues the trend of him being scared to commit to things. This whole time, they've kind of just been in limbo. Macy and Stella have a similar conversation after they land in LA and are waiting to get picked up by Stella's aunt. Macy asks if the two are going to be a couple or not, and Stella's all like, man, different name, different setting, but same old writing tropes. Great. Stella's aunt Lisa, who I guess conveniently lives somewhat in that area, arrives to pick them up.
Oh, thanks for picking us up. Sure. So where are you parked? Oh, right here.
Island.
Oh man, she's driving a clown car. That's tough. Back at the Jonas house, the boys' doorbell rings and I know who that is. You can just tell. It's only one Disney actor that'd be moving like that, bruh. Adam Paul Nielsen Hicks, baby. Zeke and Luther legend. My boy! He just has a certain aura to him. That's right, Adam Hicks from Zeke and Luther is one of the many new recurring characters that we get in this show. He plays a character named DZ, the boy's next door neighbor. The thing about Adam Hicks is that he basically just plays the same character in every single thing that he's in, on Disney at least. Every role of his is a Luther variant. Lemonade Mouth was the only role that really changed things up, but even Wen just felt like a version of Luther that was just, I don't know, sadder. But you know what though? I don't mind it because I've obviously seen every episode of Zeke and Luther multiple times, and seeing Adam in this, knowing that he basically just acts like Luther, honestly feels like I'm watching lost episodes of the show, or some sort of Luther spinoff where he meets the Jonas Brothers, which just sounds amazing. Matter of fact, for the rest of the video, I'm just gonna call him Luther. This is so cool. Hey, watch my 7-hour Zeke and Luther retrospective. Throughout the show, it's revealed he has a lot of Hollywood connections, but we don't really know how. But if there's one thing Luther does know, is how to throw a party. And he tells the boys that if they want to cement themselves as Hollywood legends and get invited to parties, they have to throw a party. If you don't throw a party, the chances are you can be forgotten by the paparazzi and the media, both of which are things that you need to stay relevant. The boys agree that he might have a point. If they truly want to make their arrival felt, then they need to throw a crazy party. Nick, I feel, becomes a little more laid back because season 1 Nick would have never recommended or even entertained such an idea. But this is Jonas LA Nick, so things are different. Joe stays the same for the most part, other than the fact that he wears glasses now, so that's cool. It's settled. The boys are throwing a party, each one of them handling a different task. In the B plot, Stella, Macy, and Aunt Lisa are en route to the Jonas house, and look at this. On location filming, the Hollywood Wax Museum. That's a real place. And the Pepsi logo. Pepsi is canon to the Jonas universe. This is amazing. Hollywood Boulevard. I can go here. I'm not going to, but I could. What, you thought I was Keen Carlisle? Nah, I ain't got the kind of budget for these videos. Here you go, this is the best I can do. We learn more about Aunt Lisa, like how she's the girl's chaperone for the summer, and how she really does not like the idea of dating rock stars. So she warns Stella heavily through the rest of the show to not date Joe. Yeah, spoiler alert, she doesn't listen.
No, Joe's different. I mean, I've known him since we were little kids. He's funny and he's sweet. He's smart.
Stop the cap.
Lisa says that the problem with dating rock stars is that there's always going to be another girl somewhere, perhaps a more famous one. And she just doesn't want her to get hurt. Well, now we know exactly what's going to happen later in the series. Thanks, Lisa. Oh, wow. Literally the next scene. That's hilarious. This is Vanessa Page, played by, hold on, let me guess, someone that used to be in a teen drama on the CW or something. Boom. She just had that look to her. And this was the late 2000s? No way she hadn't been in one. Vanessa Page is a young star who was known for starring in a TV show called Malibu High that the boys like. And she decides to invite Joe to go shopping with her. And the dude Joe says sure without even hesitating, which is nuts. While talking, she mentions to Joe that she is starring in a film adaptation of the fictional novel Forever April. Joe enthusiastically says that he is a fan of those books and would welcome the opportunity to star in the movie himself, but isn't much of an actor. But Vanessa says that he shouldn't be so down on himself and adds that he should be able to do anything that he wants. She also says that she'll be attending their party later, so clearly Nick has done a good job of getting the word out. To make things even messier, when Stella calls Joe's phone, Vanessa picks it up and says that he is in a cell-free environment, then hangs it up, making Stella wonder if what Lisa said earlier is true.
New city, new attitude. Now get ready for an all-new Jonas LA. Next, Disney Channel, it's on.
When we return from commercial, we see that Kevin has made quite the purchase. A nice, snazzy looking car that runs on cooking oil. This is the same car that we see in the intro of the show, for anyone who didn't notice. And it becomes, I guess you could say, the Jonas Mobile for the rest of the show. The boys at first scoff at this purchase, but I don't know, man, I'd say it was worth it to me. Later we see that the party has commenced, and we even get our first celebrity cameo of the show. Emma Roberts! Because it was like the only one they could afford, I guess. It's funny too, because earlier, Nick, who was in charge of the guests, said that he was only looking for A-list guests. And who do they get? Emma Roberts! Also arriving to the party are Stella and Macy, and Joe has definitely noticed. Oh, blocked by Paige! Vanessa just Game 7 LeBron'd him from talking to Stella. I guess it could be under worse circumstances though, as she's actually there to deliver some good news. Vanessa tells him that she talked to her director and she's interested in giving him a shot at auditioning for the role. The two are both really excited to hear this and even hug, making it a really bad sight for Stella. To give Joe credit though, he does break away from Vanessa to talk to her, and they both have something they want to tell each other. While Joe obviously wants to ask Stella to be his girlfriend, Stella has something else in mind.
I want to be friends.
Should have gone first.
Stella says that the two had a really nice moment together, but then he left to go on tour. And she's not mad at that per se, but she does definitely question if that was a sign that maybe the two just can't be together. They simply just live in different worlds. And Stella, seeing Vanessa hug Joe, makes her realize, or at least believe, that these two worlds just cannot cross over. He's a rock star and deserves to be around other people around that popularity bracket. So, it's settled. For now, at least. The two will remain friends. And they make it known to everyone else. Nick realizes that they don't really know anyone at that party, so they all decide to bail and spend some time together alone. Just the five of them, with Luther looking after the party for them.
Hey, big shot! Use a coaster!
Ah, that's such a Luther line. We're so back, like genuinely. This is officially the 8th hour of the Zeke and Luther video, y'all. This is fantastic.
Say that again?
This is fantastic. This is where things start to get a little interesting though. Before they leave, Macy and Nick share a moment. Oh great, another romance subplot. And poor Kevin, man, all he has is his car. Although it is a pretty nice car. A nice car that apparently smells like french fries. Nick and Macy hop in the Jonas Mobile, and man, the show looks so much better than other Disney shows. The entire montage that the episode ends with actually is shot pretty well. We see the boys take the girls on a trip throughout LA. It's kind of funny seeing like real life logos in places and shows like this, but it works so well. It makes me wish the entire show was like this. Hey look, the Jonas Copter is back. And Kevin is the pilot too? Oh no, they all about to die. That's why Macy's out here screaming like that. She knows she's cooked. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, but this montage is set to what is apparently not the actual theme song of the show, but still kind of is, LA Baby, which I gotta say is an absolute banger. Hey look, the Staples Center. Wow, that's the second time within the past 20 seconds I've been given the opportunity to make a Kobe reference. This is a nice little montage though, man. It sets the tone, hopefully at least, for what is to come in the rest of this season.
Okay, well that was your behind the scenes look. Macy Misa saying, welcome to a summer like no other.
Alright, there we have it folks, the first episode of Jonas LA. This is quite the change from the first season, that's for sure. It looks like they actually decided to put that real Disney money into the show, which already has elevated the quality of it. We've met new characters, Luther Waffles and Vanessa Page, while also being reintroduced to the Jonas guys, Macy, Stella, Big Man, plus the new storylines that these characters will follow. I don't love this episode, but I do think it did a decent enough job to make me interested to see how things would play out. I can easily see this season being better than the first one. Now here's what I will say. Now that the show is committed to the whole overarching storyline thing, I do feel like I need to tweak how I talk about these episodes a bit. My main focus is to talk about everything that moves these individual stories along. And so because of that, there might be episodes where I talk about each and every plot, there might be episodes where I only talk about one of them, and there might be episodes that I skip entirely. I am recording this after I have written basically the entire thing, and that part is a lie. I do talk about every episode in season 2. For the first several episodes of the show, there are about 2.5 main storylines. The Joe/Stella and Vanessa plot, and the Nick and Macy plot. That half storyline, though, goes to Kevin, who at first spends time with Joe and his plot. But it's because of him doing that where he gets his own little side story himself, and that then carries over throughout the rest of the show. There's also other things that happen, including mini arcs here and there that I'll mention when the time is right. Also, I won't end every recap with a little review of each episode like I did for season 1, because there are some episodes that were made just to directly lead into the next one. Stories are no longer being told in only 22 minutes now. They're stretched out a little longer. While I'll still add in my 2 cents here and there, of course, I'm going to wait until after either something big happens in the story to talk about it, or just wait until it's over. With all that being said, let's move on into the next few episodes to see what this show has in store for us.
New season, new city. Disney Channel Sundays are Jonas LA. The brothers are going Hollywood, and Disney Channel is taking you there.
Camera, action!
Joe auditions for a part in a big movie.
We'll never know what could have been.
But first, he has to get past the director.
Is he in love or is he ordering a cheeseburger?
And cut! Jonas LA. New episode Sunday at 8/7 Central. This summer on Disney Channel. It's on.
Dreams made of. Back to the Beach premiered on June 27, 2010. This one follows through on the 2 main stories that were teased in the season opener. The A-plot centers around Kevin helping Joe with his potential role in Forever April. Kevin specifically wants to help him out because he sees this as an opportunity to get into the film world, particularly directing. While helping him out with executing certain moods he might need for the movie, Joe admits that the only thing on his mind right now is Stella and how things went down. However, the lingering thoughts are quickly interrupted by a visit from Vanessa Page, who excitedly delivers the news that her director is officially looking for a Joe from Jonas type to play the role of her love interest. All he has to do is officially audition, as it's a casting formality. Despite this though, even after Kevin's offer to go over the lines with them, Joe is putting off doing the actual work to ensure that the part is his because he believes that everything is more or less a done deal, especially considering the fact that Vanessa said her director is looking for a Joe from Jonas type beat. Right now, he's a lot more concerned with his looks because he believes that as long as he looks the part, he'll receive it. I don't blame him. That's basically how Joe Jonas got the role for this show. Thing is though, Stella is still working as the band stylist, so while she's helping him find her look, Joe mentions Vanessa a few times, leading her to feel a bit uncomfortable. But Joe assures her that there is nothing happening between them. Yeah, okay, buddy, we'll see about that. When Joe enters the audition room, he gets a better understanding that maybe he's not so unique after all, as everyone there is dressed nearly exactly like him. He's even got a whole clone of himself there, which is kind of funny and probably the most cartoony thing this season of the show does. Joe starts freaking out and calls Kevin, who offers up an interesting idea. Part of the reason why Joe is stressed out is because he feels he doesn't have what it takes to do a dramatic love type scene in front of a bunch of random strangers. But Kevin realizes that he might not have to do it in front of only strangers, and enlists Stella to help him out simply by being there. And this dude Kevin got buffed this season, I love it. Joe meets the director who goes by the name Mona Klein, and is played by Debbie Mazur, who has been in quite a lot of things. The only thing I've seen that she's been in, though, is Batman Forever, unfortunately. Joe starts to give his audition and is finding a really hard time getting into character. But after seeing Stella in the window, he feels something come over him that gives him exactly what he needed to do the rest of the scene. That plan proved to be successful, as he actually does end up getting a part. And as Joe starts thanking her for what she did, he once again gets interrupted by Vanessa, who congratulates him on getting the part. Man, you walking away all sad like this ain't your fault. You snooze, you lose. You should have accepted Joe's offer. The B plot, on the other hand, is dealing with a similar situation, but with a much different outcome, in a much different manner. Nick is starting to realize that he does need to have feelings for Macy, so he tries his best to spend some time with her alone so he can ease into asking her out. But this becomes a challenge for two reasons. One, Luther doesn't realize what's happening between the two and decides to spend the rest of the day with them. And two, when he takes them to see pro surfer Stone Stevens, who he claims is a close personal friend, Nick starts to feel a little jealous because Stone's aura is making Macy blush. Yes, Stone Stevens is played by Elvis himself, Austin Butler, who has been in his fair share of Disney and Nickelodeon shows, including Zeke and Luther, making this the second time Adam Hicks and Austin Butler have starred in the same show. What a small world.
Well, Adventure Boy does not pick the weak gazelle from the pack, if you know what I'm saying.
That's right.
What's he saying?
Nick starts to feel a little too protective over Macy and even steps in when Elvis asks if she'd be interested in the position working for his website, saying that she can't because she's too busy with the Jonas site instead. This leads to a bit of an argument between the two. Determined to make amends, Nick pulls up to the beach again to show Stella that he really does value her and her work. He says that if she wants to work for a surfer, then he'll be a surfer, and even decides to prove to her that he can really live amongst the tides by going into the water and, at the very least, attempt to catch a wave or two. And you know what? He's actually kind of hinting that I'm not gonna lie. Oh, never mind. Man, I will say, this is one of the cool things about the show. I cannot get over or stress enough how sick it is that they film on location. This is so much better than when Good Luck Charlie attempted a surfing scene. That looked awful. But this dude, Nick Jonas, was actually in a real body of water, bruh. That's what I'm talking about. Macy helps him out the water and the two share a heart-to-heart conversation. Nick admits that the whole Stone situation has him acting all crazy, and he tells her that things between them just feel different this summer. A good different. They even reference how her character has changed since season 1. She's no longer the crazy fangirl that she once was, and for the first time ever, Nick views her not only as a friend, but potentially even more. And all he was trying to do was make sure that the two still had time to hang out together. Macy is a bit taken back by this, but eventually warms up to the idea of spending time with him. Just him. This then transitions into a music video montage showcasing Nick and Joe's differing romantic arcs. While Joe is dealing with the conclusion of his relationship with Stella, Nick is taking time to build one with Macy. Both of those being things that carry over into the next few episodes. This one, though, was definitely a step up from the last one. Despite it still not being one of my favorites from the series, I do admire their approach to telling these stories. It's filled with all of the ridiculous tropes and cliches I'd expect from a show like this, but the overarching storyline style is oddly working for me. And at the very least, it made me curious for what was going to happen next to flesh them out, even if we have a pretty good idea on how things will end. At this rate, the show is on its way to becoming a cliche and cheesy teen soap opera. And although there's nothing present in this one to set it apart from other shows of its kind, I think this might still end up working well because let's face it, those shows can still be entertaining and leave you wanting more. So let's see what they have next for us.
This Sunday on an all-new Jonas LA.
I'm Stella.
Ben.
He just asked me out! He's here! I know!
And it's game on for Nick and Kevin.
What has 2 paddles, a net, and the hottest celebrities in town?
Justin Timberlake's ping pong tournament. You hired a coach? Just want to make sure you were properly schooled when I beat you.
You're not getting inside my head.
I think I already am. So what I'm hearing is you're unemployed.
Actually, I invented a cell phone app.
So what do you do? Really?
Cobra.
Don't miss an all-new Jonas LA. Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central. This summer on Disney Channel. It's on.
Date Expectations premiered on July 4th, 2010. While the B plot is pretty tame, only dealing with Luther enlisting Nick and Kevin to compete in a celebrity ping pong tournament, the A plot is centered around Stella moving on from Joe. And she does this by accepting a dude named Ben's offer to go on a date. Fun fact, this dude is played by Robert Adamson, who, in case you forgot, appeared in Princess Protection Program, thus justifying my choice to use that movie as part of my rollout for this show. It was a perfect cover-up and red herring I needed to make people think I was doing Sunny with a Chance instead, since Demi is in both that movie and the Camp Rock films. Shout out my guy Ben for being the thing that made this rollout possible. He swings by the Jonas house to return her keys that she accidentally left behind on the trail they met on, and has an encounter with Joe. Joe had no idea that Stella had already met someone new, so he's very interested in getting to know this Ben and even invites him inside. Instead of taking the mature route though, he takes the Joe route and starts grilling him about his life, hobbies, and intentions with Stella. Turns out though, this dude is mad cool. He invented an app called the Sideburner that lets you add sideburns to yourself via camera, because this was 2010 and well, apps like that were popular. Though you could argue it paved the way for stuff like Snapchat. So Macy notices Ben and Joe talking and immediately rushes over to Stella to let her know what's happening. Despite the fact that she's not done with her nail polish, she runs in to interrupt them. After thanking Ben for stopping by and reassuring their date plans, she pulls Joe aside and asks what he thinks he's doing. This is why I hate the concept of stretching stories like this out, and why I think that although a lot has changed with the show, season 2 is still falling into the same annoying habits as season 1, because I swear we've already had multiple of these episodes before. Only difference is it was with Van Dyke instead. Man, I wonder what he's up to now. And I mean, look, it probably wasn't as bad or noticeable back in the day when the show was airing these episodes live, and I know the show wasn't designed to be binge watched or even criticized, but at the same time, I do think this is becoming a genuine flaw with the show. The writer's ideas on how to make the Joe and Stella relationship interesting is incredibly limited, so because of that, they just keep rehashing old plot lines. And yeah, it's definitely annoying now. Then again, in shows like this, I guess it's a bit harder because you can only do so much, but still. Stella's not innocent either though. She's definitely obviously jealous of Joe's newfound relationship with Vanessa, especially since he's even watching her dog at this point.
But you're a little too busy playing house with Vanessa and Shakira.
It's Chakra and he's a boy.
They later talk again in a much more civil manner, and they both apologize for how they've been acting, and come to an agreement that they can each do whatever they want in terms of how they handle their love life without having to actually tell the other. This leads to another montage with another song, this one titled Make It Right. The song is okay, but I do really love how this one and all the other ones are integrated into the show. Turning them into montages instead of just random music videos or performances really helped transform this season into something new, and I think it works a lot better. Later, after Stella's date, she heads back to the guest house that she and Macy are staying in and starts gushing over her date with Ben.
He made me something. What? He sideburnned you?
Yep.
Joe is so cool.
Well, I guess it's a good thing the season has less episodes.
This Sunday on an all-new Jonas LA.
I have a big date tonight.
Someone needs to clean up his act.
I can help you.
Ow! Back up the cool bus.
And someone else needs to come clean.
If you like a girl, you should tell her so she's not confused by the messages you're sending.
I'm gonna be in a movie today.
Then,
Who said you could be late to a Mona Klein set?
Are we gonna rehearse?
What is this, your high school play? Action!
In the silence, I hear... Line?
Cut! Get your act together, or you're gonna see my dark side.
It gets darker.
Jonas LA is all new Sunday at 9/8 Central. This summer on Disney Channel. It's on.
Episode 4 is titled And Action, and it premiered on July 11th, 2010. In the A plot, Joe arrives on set to begin filming Forever April, with Kevin tagging along. At first, he's confident that things will go smoothly, but as it turns out, memorizing lines is not one of his many talents. His nervousness is starting to make filming the movie quite the hassle, so Mona pulls him aside and says that if he doesn't lock in, he's going to feel her dark side, as she puts it. Kevin, who as I mentioned earlier has taken a much more mature and mentorial role, attempts to help Joe relax and truly get into character. Gotta say, his character shift in personality is one of the best changes regarding this new season. And really, how he acts now is a lot more in line with how an older brother should be. Plus, it helps makes his character stand out more since Joe was also kind of the dumb one in season 1. The writers did a good job in following through with making Kevin responsible and a genuine source of guidance, which was a necessary change considering the lack of parents this season. He's filling the void almost perfectly. I say almost because, well, he did buy a car that ran completely on oil. Oh, and he also got himself kicked off the set for talking to Mona too much about Joe. Whatever Kevin said clearly isn't working though, because, well...
Pretend I never existed.
Around all you feel can I butt?
Huh?
Mona pulls him aside yet again, and Joe says that perhaps she just hired the wrong guy. But Mona insists that she doesn't make mistakes.
I'm 25, and you made me feel like I'm 12.
25?
25?
Shh.
She actually gets him with some pretty solid advice though. On stage, he's made millions of fans feel a certain way through his performance. So she tells him to find his inner rock star and channel that into his acting. And clearly, things are starting to click.
Pretend I never existed.
I can feel you all around.
Wait, what? Turns out you might have taken things a little too literally, because instead of saying his lines, he sings them. And this transitions into an actual song, Invisible, which you can find on the Jonas LA soundtrack. And you'd think this would be one of those scenes that like aren't actually playing out in real time, like how we see it, like most of the music videos from season 1. But no, after he's done, Mona says that he did a great job and asks if he could say his lines as well as he sang them, meaning this actually happened. I gotta say, that's a pretty lazy way to include a song into a show, but alright, go off. Okay, meanwhile in the B plot, we got some good old Nick and Macy shenanigans. While the two try to spend some time together, they get interrupted by Luther, who shares that he has a date later that day and would love if they helped him prepare for it. They start by giving him a makeover. Well, looks-wise at least. This do make me want to rewatch Zeke and Luther, man. Macy mentions though that it might take more than just some nice clothes to win over this girl. She then turns to Nick and starts clocking his tea, as Macy does from time to time, and says that if Luther really likes this girl, then he needs to tell her so she isn't confused by the messages he's sending. This is of course a reference to a moment Nick and her shared earlier when Nick was teaching her guitar, and they got all close and stuff, but then at some point he got cold feet and moved away from her. This dude fumbled. Later, this leads to her being very clear that everything she was talking about earlier was actually in reference to how she feels about Nick. So he decides to stop sending mixed signals and instead fully admit that he likes her to her face.
I'm your Macy. I like the sound of that.
Me too.
This has been such a weird day.
Man, they can't get any time alone. The episode ends with Luther coming back from his date. He shares that everything Macy taught him kind of just escaped his mind, which at first worried her. But then once we see the girl he went on the date with, I think everyone realized that maybe being himself is all Luther needed to do. Funny thing is, this is legitimately the send-off for his character. We don't see him again after this. I guess Adam had to go back to filming Zeke and Luther. Hey man, at least we got to see his character have a happy ending. I will miss you, DZ. AKA Luther Waffles. This episode continued the whole Joe acting plot while also laying the foundation for Kevin's eventual plot of his own. Something that gets the focus of the next episode, actually. But before we move on to that, we gotta discuss this Nick and Macy thing. So there was practically no build up to this relationship. You can tell this is something that the writers came up with randomly during the creation of the season. Despite this though, it kind of just made sense, so I'm not mad at it. I mean, realistically, there's only so much you could have done with Nick and Macy this season as individuals, and it would have been a waste of both time and honestly money to have their own separate love plots where they meet and date other people. Might as well have them date. I mean, she definitely wasn't going to date Kevin, that's for sure. It was really obvious that something like this was going to happen at some point. I would have been shocked if it didn't actually. Plus, we know that Macy, at least at one point in time, liked Nick. I mean, she liked all the Jonas brothers. So it's not like you had to introduce anything prior to establish that. I think they could have gone into why Nick randomly decided that he was into Macy now all of a sudden, but I also think even that would have just been kind of unnecessary because they're teenagers and they're on summer vacation. Nick has obviously spent time getting to know Macy, and maybe in the midst of all the Stella and Joe stuff, perhaps he actually missed her while they were on tour. I will say, I would have definitely had an issue with this if Macy still acted like the crazed fangirl from season 1, but mellowing her character a bit definitely helped sell this relationship for me. Matter of fact, this probably what led to Nick finally noticing her to begin with, because for once, she started acting like a normal person instead of Mandy from iCarly. I just realized I made that joke twice in this video. Oh well. One thing I do like though is that from this point onwards, they're just together. There's no drama, there's no cheating or misunderstandings. They're just dating. I'd even add that it's nice to have a normal couple in the show to balance the craziness of the Joe and Stella stuff. Which of course becomes one of the focuses of the next episode.
In our house, we always used to fight over chores. It doesn't have to be a chore to keep it clean and green around the house. Pitching in can be fun and it can help the planet.
Just become a part of Disney's Friends for Change Team Clean Green. What does that mean? It means helping out around the house to save power, water, and the environment all at the same time. It means keep it cold, keep it clean, and keep it closed. Check it out.
Keep it cold by taking part in Laundro-tastic. Just ask your parents if you can wash all your clothes in cold water instead of hot water and hang them on clothesline.
If all of us friends change the way we do chores around the house, we can really make a difference. One closed window, one load of laundry.
One little lint dude at a time.
America's Sweethearts premiered on July 25th, 2010. There's a couple different stories going on in this one. The A-plot focuses on Mona organizing a photo shoot between Joe and Vanessa Page. Part of this is of course for the movie, but she also wants to generate a bit of romance buzz, as she sees them potentially being the next Hollywood it couple, and the publicity could be good for the film. To complicate things even more so, Stella is spending a lot of time on the set of the shoot, as she's still the stylist for Jonas. But considering that Stella is in a relationship with Ben, Joe decides it wouldn't be a big deal to tell her that Mona wants him to kiss Vanessa during the photo shoot. Or that he kinda has a thing for her now that they've been spending time together. And you can just tell that Stella is getting all uncomfy about this, bro. Look at her. She's even trying to get in between the two, in a way. Joe is kinda just under the impression that Vanessa likes him back. But considering Mona wants Joe to surprise kiss her, Stella thinks it's a good idea to at least find out beforehand if Vanessa likes him back. Joe agrees that that would probably help, but he, against his better judgment, asks Stella to talk to her for him, and she reluctantly agrees. So, after bonding with her for a bit, she asks Vanessa what's the deal between her and Joe, and she says that while she does like him, he's kinda hard to read. Man, must run in the family. We dealt with that in the last episode. Stella floats around the idea of Joe kissing her during the shoot, and she immediately starts geeking at the thought of it, and says that she would welcome that happening with open arms. But Stella does a bad thing, and during the shoot, she gives Joe a thumbs down to signal that Vanessa isn't interested in him. So he kisses her on the nose instead.
What?
I find that a little more funnier than I should. Stella crazy for that one though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really rocking with her this season, to be honest. She's literally doing the same kind of stuff that Joe did in season 1. The kind of stuff that made her mad, which, if you remember, made me mad too. I'm getting tired of this trope. To make things right, Stella goes to talk to Vanessa and promises that there's nothing wrong with her. At least not anything Joe would find unappealing. And after offering her some tissues, she vows to fix everything. So she goes to Joe and says that Vanessa truly does like him, and even admits that she didn't want to watch him kiss her. Joe says that's crazy considering they aren't dating, and Stella's with a whole different person.
What you're saying is, you still like me.
No, I was confused.
Because you still like me.
It was a brief lapse in judgment.
A brief lapse of liking me.
Liking you less.
I guess we both can agree that I'm a tough habit to break.
Yeah, nah, you like him. Come on, don't even front. Regardless, Stella apologizes, and Joe goes over to Vanessa to clear things up, even inviting her on a dinner date, and she giddily accepts. I wouldn't share my thoughts on their relationship, but we all kind of know how this is going to end up, so there's not much to talk about. The B plot, on the other hand, is the first real one centered around Kevin's directing quest. After spending a lot of time with Mona, he asks her to tell him everything there is to know about being a director, so they agree upon a deal. If Kevin survives the entire day as her assistant, then she will tell him everything he needs to know about being a director. And she starts by sending Kevin off on this wild goose chase for her earring that she lost on the beach. The rest of the plot is just him and Nick trying to find it until he eventually does. And after presenting it to her, she gives him the sauce on how to be a good director.
Just do it.
Real quick, today's video is sponsored by Nike. No, I'm playing. But no, that's really all she has to say. The best way to become a director, according to her at least, is to just start. Get your friends, a camera, and just start shooting. And that's how the episode ends. We see Kevin's attempt at making a film. The day the stuffed animal turned evil. Starring his brothers, plus Stella, and even Vanessa.
You're safe now.
Well, still a better movie than Madam Web.
Hey there, we're the Jonas Brothers.
From the Disney Channel original series, Jonas.
You're watching Disney Channel.
The Secret premiered August 1st, 2010. In this one, only the A-plot is really important, as it moves along the Nick and Macy romance arc. While Nick is stressing over the finishing touches of the song he's working on, he gets a little visit from a familiar face. Well, familiar to us at least. That's right, China Anne McClain, who would later star in Ant Farm from this point onwards, is a recurring character in this show. Her character's name is Kiara, and she's actually a big man's niece. It's interesting how this show kind of cycles through secondary characters. It's like as soon as Luther leaves, they replace him with her. Kiara says that the reason why Nick is struggling with the song is because it's whack. Her words, not mine. She then adds that the two have a lot in common, as she is also a singer. Wow, okay, she might actually just be playing her character in Ant Farm. Also going on in this episode is Nick and Macy trying to keep their relationship a secret from everyone else, at least for the time being. His main reasoning is because he doesn't want to end up like Joe and Stella, how everyone was constantly talking about their relationship before they even started one. Despite not being a big fan of this arrangement though, Macy agrees. However, this becomes a bit of a challenge when Kiara spots them hugging. Though really she was able to put together they were together before this scene thanks to a couple quick moments that happened earlier in the episode. She starts going around the house blabbering about them being in love until Nick tells her to zip it.
You had me so worried. Everything's fine, it's all good. Found me. I hear that, girl.
Okay, well that'll end today's video. If you enjoyed it, please make sure to like, subscribe, comment. Nick realizes the only way to keep Kiara from spilling is to just keep an eye on her himself. And while doing this, he receives a lot of unsolicited advice from her, even denying her request to be on a Jonas song. She then proves that she's the real deal by singing Keep It Real, which I'm pretty sure is the only time a season 1 song was played or referenced during season 2. Kiara basically says that the only way she'll keep this secret is if she gets to help out in the studio on the track that Nick is working on. And Nick agrees. This might have been a good idea though, considering it was Kiara who made Nick realize the song he was writing was actually about Macy the whole time. And once that thought entered his head, it cleared up his workflow and he was able to write the rest of the track. Kiara though starts to get a little greedy and says that considering she's helped this far, she should be allowed to record the song as well. This leads to a shouting match between the two where Kiara actually makes a really good point. Nick doesn't understand anything about women. He doesn't understand how to work with one or date one since he's trying to be all secretive about it. And later adds that she deserves better. Nick, who can't believe an 11-year-old actually gave him good relationship advice, realizes that she is 100% correct. Macy does deserve better. And so Nick is going to be better. While all of them are hanging out at the pool, he surprises everyone, especially Macy, with the new song. The song is called Your Biggest Fan, and I thought it was fine, you know, your standard love song. That is, until this happens.
You showed up and you look so classy.
Okay, well, that'll end today's video. If you enjoyed it, please be sure to like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. What is going on in this episode, bro? A little black girl coming around, and now nobody knows how to act. You got Nick rapping and Stella talking like she's from Atlanta. Like, what is this? Anyway, episode ends with Nick, Macy, and Stella chilling by the pool when Aunt Lisa comes in and asks what she missed. This is actually a pretty funny scene considering how much she hates the idea of girls dating rock stars. I'm glad this was included in the episode, even if it was just for a minute. Anyway, yeah, welcome to the show, China and McClain. Hopefully people stop talking like Aquafina whenever they're around you.
Disney Channel Sunday's night of premieres is...
That would be so great.
First, at an all-new Hannah Montana Forever.
Hey there!
The boyfriends arrive. Will the girls let them survive?
No heart there.
And when Sienna's away, she's all Jackson can say. Next, on an all-new Sunny with a Chance. Sunny's dream job...
I used to watch him every single day as a kid. Look at me, I'm falling!
...becomes unbearable.
Falling finds us a little uncomfortable.
Then, on an all-new Jonas LA, Joe and Stella are experiencing new foods.
I'll try it if you try it.
And new drama.
It is totally over between us.
Are you mad?
No.
Disney Channel Sunday night of premieres is here.
This is gonna be the best weekend ever!
All new Hannah Montana Forever. All new Sunny with a Chance. All new Jonas LA. Sunday starting at 8/7 Central, part of Night of Premieres on Disney Channel.
A Wasabi Story premiered on August 8th, 2010, and boy is it a messy one. In case you forgot, thanks to all the stuff that's happened with it recently, Stella is in a committed relationship with a dude named Ben, and once Vanessa and Joe cross paths with them while hanging out at the Jonas rental house, Vanessa invites him to go get lunch with them. Understandably so, Joe and Stella are not very interested in doing this, but after a brief conversation that ends with them agreeing to keep their history with each other private, the two decide to go on this double date. Whenever a double date happens in this show, it usually always ends poorly, so I expect nothing less this time around. Shiraki is the name of the sushi chef that Vanessa invited over to cook in front of them, who admittedly takes his job very seriously. Maybe a little too seriously. He apparently once kicked a dude out of a restaurant for saying the word yummy. You know what? Fairs though, because yummy is a bottom tier word. grown men out here saying yummy. What are you, Justin Bieber? Things are going right at first, but eventually Joe and Stella start to make things weird for Vanessa and Ben. Y'all ever seen the episode of Flash where Iris wiped something off of Barry's mouth while they were bowling or whatever, while they were both on dates? That's basically what is happening here, and justifies why they felt that doing this double date thing was a bad idea. Things only get worse after Joe starts burning up after eating some sushi. Stella goes to help him out, which leads to whatever this is.
Oh, I got it. Come here.
Oh my gosh, I never say this, but just kiss already. Y'all ticking me off.
Stella?
Yes, thank you, Ben, for interrupting this. Actually, wait, scratch that. I feel bad for Ben, if anything. The dude seems like a nice guy. This dude returned her keys to the Jonas house, which he did not have to do at all for her to be all over Joe like this is season 1. Stella tries to save face, but Ben ain't stupid. He knows exactly what's going on here. Even though Stella tries to say that she and Joe are just friends, he decides it's best to just step away from her entirely, at least until they figure out whatever it is they have. Joe, don't you dare move closer to her when you already got Vanessa Paige there waiting for you like Slumdog Millionaire. I don't know what that means in the context of the movie. I haven't seen it. I was actually just trying to make a Big Time Rush reference. All y'all starting to get me hot, bro. I'm tired of covering this plot. I would have switched over to the B plot if it wasn't about golf. Vanessa kind of dumb, by the way. Joe and Stella were in there for like 5 minutes and she doesn't suspect a thing. I guess maybe she's just really trusting, but if there's anything Gravity Falls taught me, you can't trust no one. Not even your grunkle. For the first time in a couple episodes, Joe and Stella actually do the mature thing and come clean to Vanessa about their past relationship. Or almost relationship.
But Vanessa, I promise you, it is totally over between us.
She lying, bro. Don't listen to her, Vanessa. Matter of fact, Ben is probably still walking up the driveway. You can still catch him. He seemed nice. At first, she tries to play it off like she's not mad, but soon we find out that that's far from the case. Turns out, Vanessa really is a good actress. Apparently, she's known this whole time that there was something going on between her and Joe, and all that nice stuff she was saying and doing towards Stella earlier was fake. Alright, my fault for calling you stupid earlier, Vanessa. She later demands Stella to stay away from Joe and does whatever this is.
It's on. Right.
Stella taking off the jewelry and it feels like I'm back in public school. Fight! Joe, why you gotta mess it up? I actually saw 2 girls fight once on my job back when I worked at Marshall's. One of the girls was actually my coworker at the time and the cops had to get involved in stuff for more than one reason, but I'll save that for a story time live stream one of these days. Joe is obviously oblivious to everything that just happened and truly thinks that these two are on good terms. Well, for now at least. We'll see how things carry over into the next episode.
I'm Nicole Anderson from Jonas, and you're watching Disney Channel. Wow.
Up in the Air premiered on August 15th, 2010. While the B plot centers around Nick trying to figure out what to get Macy for their 1-month anniversary, things start to heat up in the A plot, which focuses on Stella getting a job on set of the Forever April movie, which of course would make things even more complicated for her and Joe and Vanessa, especially since they still have to pretend to like each other. As if things couldn't get any worse, Joe interrupts Stella and Macy's conversation to announce that Vanessa will be staying with the both of them in the guest house, as her place is dealing with a termite infestation. Turns out though, this was really all just staged by Vanessa to get back at Stella for picking up that job on set, which I can kind of understand, but also don't understand, because I want to make things even and all, but you don't like her. I would never go out of my way to hang out with someone I don't like, even if it was just out of spite. I'm not that petty. For Vanessa though, this is a little more than just getting even. No, she actually says that she'll continue to make up lies that'll allow her to stay there with Stella until she quits her job on Forever April. And Stella says that simply will not happen. Stella is committed to doing this job, especially since it could open up other opportunities for her in Hollywood. The thing is though, temperatures are starting to rise between the two, with a lot of their bickering being initiated by Vanessa. This eventually all comes to a boiling point during a conversation that happens inside one of the many sets of the movie. While the two are arguing inside a barn and Vanessa mentions something about Stella quitting the movie, Joe, who was hoisted up to the top of the set using a harness, swoops down after hearing everything. Originally, he invited the two into the barn so he could surprise them, but in a turn of events, it was actually Joe that ended up getting surprised. Vanessa admits that she felt a little jealous towards, well, not even a little, she was full-on jealous of Stella. She then says that there is just something between Joe and Stella that they don't have. I'm glad she was able to pick up on that because I was seriously starting to question the intuition skills of everyone in the show. Shockingly, Vanessa even apologizes to Stella for how she was acting, and the two hug it out. I will say, one thing that this season definitely improved on is making some of the characters feel more like real people and not just individuals who are supposed to be written a certain way every episode in order to keep a status quo. The serialized nature of the show, instead of the self-contained stories from the previous season, has really opened it up to the entire show just feeling more mature and admittedly easier for me to watch. We saw this just now with Vanessa, but one of the ways we see this is with Mona's character. She has changed quite a lot, actually. If you remember earlier in the season, she was really strict, always trying to keep things moving and barely paid attention to people, even those on her payroll. But now that we're a few episodes in and we've seen the time that Mona has spent with some of the series regulars, we get to see a different side of her. She's a lot nicer, even to Kevin, who she literally threw out of her set, and Joe, who she actually offers relationship advice to.
My advice to you is when you find something real, never let it go. There's a lot of Vanessas out there, but not a whole lot of real.
Thanks, Mona.
See, this is what I mean. Although this season shares a lot of the same writing characteristics and quirks of the first one, it truly does feel like a different show in a lot of other aspects. And every time we cover an episode, it makes me wish that the entire show was like this. Not even all that deep down, I think there is a good show in here somewhere. But it's constantly getting pulled down by not only the bad habits of the writers, but also the unfortunate truth that this is on Disney Channel and was meant for kids. It's why some of the flaws I have with it, like the retreading of old storylines, I can't even be all that mad at. It's a product of not just its time, but the network it aired on, plus its demographic. So even though there are plenty of tropes in this show that annoy me, I kinda expected most of them. This new format of the show does pave the way for some genuinely good things that we couldn't have previously though. And one of them, something that I love to see on television, is a storyline, specifically a character's quest finally being paid off. And that's what we get, to some extent, in the next episode, aka this season's best.
Did you know the ocean makes up nearly 3/4 of our planet?
With that type of reach, we need to make sure that we're doing our part to protect it.
Make a difference and make a wave. Go to Disney.com/Project Green to find out how you can help.
Direct-to-video premiered on August 22nd, 2010. In this pretty Kevin-centric story, the boys are visited by Frankie and Tom, their youngest brother and father, respectively. After the boys catch them up on all the fun things they've been doing this summer, Tom reminds them that they're still a band at the end of the day and need to start focusing on music again. They float around a couple ideas, but it's Kevin that suggests the one that sticks: a new music video. They're all pretty excited at the idea of releasing some new content, including Kevin, who sees this as the perfect time to finally direct something. But, as it turns out, Tom has already hired a director named McP, who's directed tons of Hollywood videos before, which obviously makes Kevin pretty upset. McP is played by Anthony Del Rio, who mainly does voiceover work nowadays, including video game roles like Blue Beetle in Injustice 2. Shout out to Bro, he had some legendary voice lines there.
I'm no fan of hitting girls.
You'll be lucky to tickle me.
Yep, I kinda would be.
Still trying to tickle me?
Yeah.
Thing is though, when the boys are shown his vision for the music video, they are not interested in going through with it, as it's very... I don't even have a comparison for this, not gonna lie. After going back and forth with McP on the direction of the music video, the boys, specifically Kevin, actually end up firing him, and instead make this the very first Jonas music video to be directed by a Jonas. Although they're excited to get this done, their dad on the other hand has a bit of an issue with them firing McP without telling him, since he still is their manager. And any Jonas decision needs to have his approval, or at the very least, his knowledge. It takes a little bit for Tom to warm up to the idea of Kevin directing this video, but once he does, he gives them his full support. And one thing's for sure, it's definitely considerably cheaper to get Kevin to direct their music videos than outsourcing. The song that this music video was set to is called Drive. It's actually kind of a bop, I won't lie. The music video is pretty cool too. This new style of filming for the season allows there to be more cinematic-ish moments, which lends itself well to scenes like this. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Jonas LA is probably the best looking Disney Channel series. Plus, canonically, this just means Kevin did a good job with the music video. Something he hears from both his brothers and his father. Tom later adds that he's incredibly proud of the people they've all become. And they all huddle up for one giant Lucas family group hug. Something Macy is eager to catch on camera. Tom and Frankie get in their cab to head back to the airport with the three brothers watching them take off, briefly reflecting on their father's words on how they've grown up. To some extent at least.
It's the ice cream man. Stop! Get him! Where's he going?
Now that's valid though. Last summer, I hunted down an ice cream truck with my car because I'm an adult and I can do that now. The one positive thing I've consistently said about this show is whenever they focus on the family stuff instead of all the drama, it usually always results in a good episode, and this one right here is no exception. It may not be the most dramatic or plot unraveling episode. Matter of fact, some might consider it a filler, but that's low-key why I like this one. The show so far hasn't handled the big storylines all that well, especially the romance one, so this one was kind of a breath of fresh air, to be honest. It was a nice break from the back and forth will they won't they stuff, and instead put some spotlight on the character that typically is the most underutilized, Kevin. I'm so glad that they actually put the time into advance and pay off this directing plot, because like the other family-centric episodes, it was pretty endearing and wholesome. And I was genuinely happy for him, especially considering where his character was in season 1. Now, this isn't the end of his directing storyline per se, but it is the last plot that really focuses heavily on it, as the last few episodes are spent finishing the Joe and Stella story, and introducing a new one that affects all 3 boys, which also means the quality is likely going to go right back down, but hey, we're almost done with the show anyway. So let's see how everything wraps up as we cover the last 4 episodes of the show. The Flirt Locker premiered on August 29th, 2010. This episode centers around both Joe and Nick having pretty important meetings, but with 2 different people about 2 different things. While Joe is interviewed by a teen movie blogger regarding his upcoming movie, Nick is meeting with a producer named Mantra, who's known in-universe for making hit records with the Black Eyed Peas, Timberlake, and the Rolling Stones. Wow, those are 3 totally different artists right there. This guy must have incredible versatility. Nick heads over to his place to hand him over a music demo, and the 2 do some weird stuff that I don't really need to cover. Matter of fact, this episode is extremely centric on the A plot of the story, focusing on Stella, Macy, and Joe. They don't actually go back to this one all that often. Despite this though, something very, very big does come from it. After Nick performs a solo song called Critical, Mantra is extremely interested in working with him. But that's the problem. He's only interested in working with him. Just him. Mantra believes that there is something inside of him specifically that he believes to be special. A voice with stories that can only be told if he were to go solo. Thing is though, we never actually see his answer. You can tell that he's pretty hesitant to give one, but before we see what he says, the episode cuts to a commercial break. We don't see the aftermath of that conversation until the episode's final scene. See, that blogger that Joe talked to earlier in the episode, she covers all sorts of Hollywood news, operating more or less as a one-woman TMZ crew. And so before Nick could even tell his brothers about everything that happened with Mantra, this happens.
According to Movie Bride, you're going solo. Jonas is breaking up.
Okay, hold on now. Now this is interesting. I always felt like the best way to add drama into the show is by doing storylines that affect all of the Jonas boys and focuses on the musical aspect of a series, since we still haven't had many episodes about that. With only 3 episodes left, this is the final chance the show has at doing a compelling story that takes total advantage of the characters, the new setting, and the show's new visual and narrative style. Let's see what they got cooking. Don't let me down now.
Let's do this, boys. Let's do this. Come on. Oh my gosh, she's gonna be so surprised. Ring it. Or knock it. We'll knock it. Okay, it's loud. Surprise! Hello. Hi. Hey. Hi. We have a really big announcement, but we want to tell you in person. Okay.
No, oh my gosh, this is not happening.
Have you heard the big news about Camp Rock 2, The Final Jam, and Jonas Brothers? Tune in and find out what all the excitement is about. Next Friday during new episodes of The Sweet Life on Deck and Wizards of Waverly Place, starting at 8, 7 Central on Disney Channel.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Did I miss anything? Demi Lovato!
Boat Trip premiered on September 12th, 2010, but in order to explain the events in this one, I need to go back briefly and talk about what happened in the last episode's A-plot. So basically, the majority of that plot was centered around Joe, who in order to secure a good review of Forever April by this teen movie blogger, agrees to go on a date with her. Stella says that in order for the date to be successful, he should be honest about both his strong suits and his flaws. Joe then asks for a bit of clarification on what those flaws exactly are, which prompts Stella to let him know, without mincing words. Thanks to this, Joe's feelings were admittedly hurt, especially considering who those words were coming from. So now, flash forward to now, we will be dealing with the effects of that. But first, the episode starts off with Nick clarifying that he's not sure why Mandra started the rumor of Jonas breaking up, because that's not at all what he told them. And while his brothers are able to believe him on this, the general public is having a bit of a hard time. For now, the boys agree that the best thing is to just let the rumor go away on its own, but we'll see eventually that that decision might not be the best one. But back to the main plot at hand, since Joe and Stella's relationship is a bit strained at the moment, Nick and Macy decide to play peacemaker and sort of kind of trick both into going on a boat with them. Stella and Joe are trying really hard to get along. A little too hard to the point where it comes across as fake. A lot of this is due to Stella early in the episode being aware that Joe isn't the only one with flaws. She has her fair share as well, and they were bluntly pointed out to her by Macy. So now both of them are trying to not give in to their flaws, especially Stella, who doesn't want to hurt Joe again. Things take a big turn when Nick finds out that the anchor that was dropped from the boat won't come up, meaning the four of them are stuck at sea. What a way to build tension, am I right?
Playing, and the robot puppets kept on singing and singing, and it was just
Joe! Sorry to cut you tune, okay? And sometimes I can just be oblivious. Not anymore.
I will say, as the show has gone on, some of Joe's natural funniness that you can find commonly in interviews does start to make its way into his performance. He's without a doubt the funniest Jonas brother. Eventually, we see that although things didn't go exactly as planned in regards to the boat itself, Nick and Macy's main goal was eventually accomplished. Joe and Stella are talking again. And actually talking. They're having a genuine conversation. A conversation about starting over. And this leads to the moment we've all been waiting for, despite us kind of already seeing it last season.
Listen, I know things have been rocky between us.
Ahoy, sailors!
Oh wait. Well, I meant in the scene after this.
Stella.
Yeah. We're safe!
Macy! I'm trying. Y'all keep interrupting me.
But it's hard to tell.
And finally, I get to play the scene without having any interruptions. To be continued? What do you mean to be continued? This show ticking me off, bruh. I'm trying to have a nice, smooth transition into the next episode so I can fit in an ad break, but they keep on playing games. Alright, jokes aside, yeah, even though we can all kind of guess her answer, we don't actually hear what Stella says. I couldn't imagine being an 8-year-old watching the show air live, week to week, and having to wait a whole 7 days just to hear what she says. Then again, I had to wait 4 months in between IOMG and I Lost My Mind, so I guess I did kind of experience something like that. Regardless, after 2 seasons of teasing, it looks like Stella and Joe will officially make things official. Though with 2 episodes left, you never know what can happen.
Hi, I'm Nick Jonas. Between TV appearances, recording, and performing, I've had a busy year. But I wanted to take a minute to tell you about something very personal to me: juvenile diabetes. In 2005, I was diagnosed with diabetes. I became one of the 3 million Americans with type 1 diabetes. And each year, 15,000 new kids are diagnosed just in the US. So, if you have diabetes, you're not alone. And if you don't, you can learn more and help by calling the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation at 800-533-CURE. That's 800-533-CURE. Stay informed and stay in control.
On the Radio premiered on September 26, 2010. Okay, so there's 3 big things happening in this episode that affect Kevin, Nick, and Joe individually. For starters, obviously, Stella ended up saying yes, and although they're both excited and even receive kind wishes from Vanessa and Mona, there's a bit of a bomb drop that occurs that once again changes the entire trajectory of their relationship. And for the second time, it involves Joe temporarily moving to a different location. And also, for the second time, it happens a day after admitting that they like each other, which is hilarious. Anyway, Mona reveals to Joe that the Forever April sequel is officially a go. But Joe's initial excitement quickly simmers down once he hears they're gonna be shooting in New Zealand. Man, why is it always New Zealand? Ain't that where Joe went in Big Time Rush? Joe says he can't just up and leave considering he has both a band and a new girlfriend now. But Mona says that he is also a movie star now, so he's just gonna have to deal with it. I have thoughts about this, but I'll save it till the end of the episode recap. As for what Nick and Kevin are going through, while Nick has another meeting with Mantra regarding his future as a solo artist, potentially even doing only one single as a side project, Kevin gets visited by Dad Nap star David Henry. What, was there something else he was in? Oh wait, he was in Grown Ups too, right. There you go. So why on earth is Kevin getting this visit? Well, to explain that, we're gonna have to take it back an episode. In the B plot of Boat Trip, it's revealed that Kevin and David Henry have a bit of a beef. So Henry challenges Kevin to this celebrity competition show that he's doing. We get an Emily Osment cameo, but it turns out everything was just a misunderstanding and the two don't actually have beef. However, what did come out of that is what we see in this episode. Now that they're cool with each other, David offers him the opportunity of a lifetime, a shot at directing his upcoming movie. I guess in the world of Jonas, David Henry is a lot more famous than he is in real life, considering he's getting first billing in a theatrical movie. Must be like the Timothy Chalamet of the Jonas verse. Thing is though, no one aside from Macy is aware of the opportunities any of the Lucas brothers have been presented. The boys deliberately decided to keep things hush-hush, even from each other. We see though in the next scene where they all go on a radio show to dismiss the idea of the band breaking up, that maybe doing that wasn't the best idea, as everything that the boys have planned on the side gets revealed in a less than conventional manner. Nick confirms that Jonas is not breaking up, with Kevin adding that it'll never happen. Well, never say never, Kev. They might even play a show without you. Yeah, I know about that. With Stella, Macy, and a bunch of other Jonas fans listening in at the same time, Nick is put in a tough situation. See, he's asked to just confirm he's not doing a record with Mantra in order to dismiss all these rumors. But the thing is, he doesn't want to lie, as he has actually accepted his offer to do a track together. The boys are confused as to why Nick never told them that, and even start to get a little jealous. Kevin chimes in that he has a side project of his own, referencing his movie with David Henry. This prompts the interviewer to ask Joe if he's got any secrets of his own, since he's sitting there all quiet and whatnot. He immediately starts to act like he doesn't have anything going on, but considering how long they've known each other, they easily spot that he's definitely hiding something. To make matters worse, Stella calls in and asks what it is exactly he's hiding. And that's when Joe comes clean about the new role in Forever April that'll require him to temporarily live in New Zealand. And after hearing that he'll likely be there for a long time, Stella hangs up. She later talks to Macy about how they only got the chance to have one non-drama filled day together, and how even though she was hopeful he'd change, he's still the same old Joe. As she notices the boys arrive, she decides to go back in the house so she can avoid talking to Joe. Meanwhile, the boys are trying to figure out what to do to convince people that the band isn't breaking up, and eventually they land on doing an impromptu concert that very night as a statement. They're pretty excited over this idea and immediately want to start working on it. But there's just one issue. Macy gets a rather shocking text from Stella that says that she's going to the airport to catch a flight back to New Jersey. It appears that all the stuff that's happened to her over the summer is just too much to handle. So she's decided to go home. Alright, so this one and the next one are pretty much connected as a part 1 and part 2, as you can tell. So I won't talk about certain things until I cover the next one. To start us off with this one though, I think I'm fine with everything going on with Nick and Kevin. But this Joe story has me pretty conflicted. I can understand Joe wanting to do this movie, but in the midst of all the stuff that was going on with Stella and his character, I feel like they forgot to explore why Joe exactly was so into acting. At first, I didn't think they needed to because it was just one movie and singers appear in films all the time just to dip their toe into acting. That's not a big deal. But for Joe to still choose to put his acting career over not only his music career, but also his relationship is a strange choice, especially since not once do they go into why he likes acting so much. I feel like now, since his choice is such a big part of this episode and the finale, there needed to be way more time devoted to justifying his eventual decision. Or at least time devoted to helping us, the viewers, understand it. Because right now, I'm having a really hard time believing he'd even agree to do this shoot in New Zealand, especially if it means staying away from Stella. Logically, I feel like this is the right choice, but this show just loves unnecessarily extending these plots, which has been probably the biggest flaw in both seasons so far. That's all I have to say about that episode specifically, though. It's time we see how all of this wraps up in the season 2 and series finale of the show.
It all comes down to this, the season finale of Jonas LA. And the boys are planning a special show for their fans.
The gig is on.
This is going to be epic.
But will their plans fall apart before they even get off the ground?
Hey, Mace, where's Stella? She's on the guest house.
She's gone.
Gone where?
Stella's going home.
I just couldn't take the Joe drama anymore. I want the summer to be over.
If you get on that plane, you will lose any chance for you and Joe to be together.
Can Joe reach Stella?
Go, 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 go.
Get her back, Joe.
Preferably before the gig.
Before it's too late?
Why are we stopping? There's no positive spin on this. We're out of cooking oil.
I've got to get to Stella before she gets on that plane.
Joe, what about the show? I'll meet you there.
Meanwhile, the fans are getting restless.
Where are your brothers?
On their way, I hope.
Those fans out there don't want to hear on their way. They want to hear ladies and gentlemen, Jonas.
Be here for the dramatic season finale of Jonas LA. It's all part of October Takeover, next Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Band of Brothers premiered on October 3rd, 2010. While Nick and Macy take care of booking the We're Not Breaking Up a Jonas concert, Kevin attempts to take Joe to the airport before Stella's flight takes off. Macy calls her to convince her to come back, but she says that she's tired of the summer she's been having and wants it all to be over. She's then informed that despite her wishes to be left alone, Joe is actually coming after her, or trying to at least, as it appears the Jonas Mobile has run out of, oil. Fortunately, they're not too far away from a food truck run by a man that is quite literally named Greasy, so they figured he'd be the best source of help. Turns out this dude actually ends up recognizing the boys, but isn't able to help them out considering he just recycled the last of his mom's cooking oil. That unfortunate event is what leads to probably the most ridiculous scene of this entire show. Joe, on foot mind you, starts running all the way to LAX airport as Stella is just arriving. Originally, I had a whole think piece planned about how this entire scene probably doesn't make any sense and is most likely impossible, but I kind of just don't care anymore. If you want to be Dwayne Johnson in the game plan, bro, then, go for it. That's fine. Maybe where Kevin left his car was conveniently only 10 minutes running distance from the airport. You never know. If the show is telling me that is what happened, then who am I to question it? There's no use. It's the last episode. Who cares at this point? I know the writers didn't. Joe watches the flight that he assumes is Stella's take off, making him instantly feel heartbroken. In the B-plot, we see that Nick and Macy have successfully been able to get their word out regarding the concert and have even booked a venue. We even see Kiara, Mona, and Vanessa Page make their final appearances. You can feel it, right? This episode is just screaming season finale. I gotta say, I respect it. But back into A-plot, after having a one-sided conversation with a foreign man, Joe comes across the sight of a lifetime, and what he refers to as a second chance. Even though this is like his third, but alright, whatever. That's right, Stella chose to not get on his plane. I will say, this scene leads to something that, believe it or not, actually kind of struck a chord in me. Stella says that although she chose not to get on the plane, she also doesn't want to stay here. She believes that neither choice would have actually felt right. So now she just feels stuck and has no idea what to do. I say that struck a chord in me because I felt that very same feeling before, and it's a weird one. And so hearing that made Stella, in this very moment at least, feel more human than basically any other Disney Channel character I've ever come across. Shout out to the writers for that one. Anyway, Joe tells Stella that he loves her and then starts listing off a bunch of specific things that he loves about her. And then he starts yelling about how much he loves Stella. And bro, if you don't keep your voice down, out here yelling in the airport post 9/11, imagine security just started spraying at him like right there, just airing out the whole clip in that man's back. That'd be crazy. Stella says that she loves him back and the two share a kiss. So, all right, leave and go do the concert thing before y'all get kicked out of the airport or something. Macy introduces Nick, Kevin, and Joe on stage to perform their newest song, Feeling Alive. As the camera pans around the crowd, we see a lot of familiar faces like Mona, Kiara, and even Frankie. When did he get here? The song is decent, but what I really like about this scene is how it's filmed. I feel like the camera work for this scene has some extra sauce to it, considering the fact that this is a season finale. And if there's one thing that I love about TV shows, and when they actually put work into making their season finales feel like something. And I'd say this show accomplished that. They had like flames and stuff during the performance. This is sick. The boys finish their song and walk towards their crowd of fans. As they stand there, taking it all in, I can't help but think that mentally they're acknowledging that things are definitely changing in their lives in terms of side projects and relationships. But there's one thing that they vocally make very clear though. Jonas is not breaking up. The episode, and technically series, ends with Macy doing her little vlog for the Jonas fan site that I completely forgot about until now. This scene's kind of sad, not gonna lie, because this was actually a pretty cool way to both wrap things up from the past 13 episodes, but also tease what was supposed to come, or at the very least carry over into the next season. Nick confirms that once the summer ends, he will be recording one song with Mantra. Kevin is going to miss his car, but Macy reminds him that he'll be back in LA soon to direct The Life of Thomas Jefferson, formerly known as Camp Ninja. Not sure how that managed to change, but alright. And then lastly, Macy asks Joe and Stella what the future holds for them, and they say that they're not really sure. The one thing they do know, though, is that they're happy. Yeah, until y'all break up again. The series closes with the boys singing LA Baby around the fire with Macy and Stella. And I gotta say, taking it away from the context, this scene is just kinda okay, but coming after not only everything that happened in the past episode, but also the entire season as well, does kind of make this pretty cool. I am kind of a sucker for when TV shows in their final scenes incorporate the theme song in some sort of way. And I know this wasn't technically the theme song, but like for this season, it might as well have been. It was all over the marketing, plus it played in the first episode like twice. Regardless, as much of a roller coaster of varying quality this season has been, seeing it end on such a calm note was pretty nice to see.
Tonight in this city, dreams are made of.
There you have it, folks. The end of Jonas. For a second, if you will, close your eyes. Imagine a person you went to high school with. For me, it's going to be a girl. They weren't very popular, kind of just went under the radar, and didn't really draw much attention to themselves. Maybe you saw them on the bus, or they lived in the same neighborhood as you. You weren't really friends with them per se, but you knew them well enough to know one thing. They were just annoying. They had a nagging voice, lots of toxic traits, and would talk bad about others and spread gossip that wasn't even true. They were never really a bully, but they definitely weren't very nice. You don't know them very well, but you knew that you just did not like that person. Now imagine 6 or 7 years later, y'all run into each other. But it's the kind of encounter where you can't really ignore them and you have to talk to each other. So let's say y'all work at the same place. You see them for the first time as you're clocking in, and suddenly you notice they had an insane glow up. Like they are insanely good looking now. For me, that's like, I don't know, Ana de Armas, right? So you're like, whoa, this is crazy. You look like an entirely different person. So then you make your move and you start getting to know them, not even for romantic reasons, just to see what's up with them. And then within 2 minutes of the conversation, you realize they might look like a different person, but they're still the same person. Same flaws and everything. And so you back away and move on. Jonas LA is that person from high school that had a glow up physically, but still acts the exact same way they did back then, with maybe a slightly better voice now. So here's what I mean by that. The changes to Jonas made on a surface level made it seem like we were in for a different experience. And to some extent we were. But then after watching it, I realized this is still kind of the same show. It's just prettier now. Granted, the style of writing did shift a little to incorporate a more dramatic aspect, and they did solve some of the issues that I had with season 1, but most of those were small ones. Fundamentally, this season fell into the same trap that it did in the first one. I'll start with the positives though. Already praised the visuals of the season enough, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But aside from that, I do think LA did a better job at utilizing the main 3 characters by putting them in more scenarios and situations that famous people should be in. I don't know, man. I don't enjoy seeing famous people in normal people settings. I think if your characters are famous, they should be doing famous people stuff. I want to see them hang around other famous people, make bad financial decisions because they can, and make me wish that I was rich and famous. I want to see that high life, the glamour, the pros of being a celebrity. You might as well just lean into it full throttle. I don't think anyone watches a superhero movie to see them do their taxes or something. They want to see them fight bad guys. They're superheroes. This season definitely improved in that aspect though. In the first episode, we got an appearance from Emma Roberts. Later on, we see David Henry and Emily Osment. Then throughout the season, we hear more references to real celebrities like Timberlake and Usher. We even get appearances from fake famous people. This is so much more natural and better for the band than singing on top of a giant pizza. This season also leaned more into the music aspect of things, having a whole arc centered around the shaky future of the band. I wish we had more of it, but this technically was about the group on vacation from touring anyway, so I don't blame the writers for putting them in plots involving side projects. Another thing this season did so much better than the first one was making the overall universe more interesting by filling it with significantly better side characters. Luther, Vanessa, Mona, and even Montre and Chiara were memorable, surprisingly. And going back to what I said about the world feeling bigger, I also feel like the show improved by just going to more places. In season 1, it was kind of just the school and then the firehouse. LA was more spread out. You had the house, you had the beach, the set of Forever April, plus any other random locations in Los Angeles that they needed to film at for a specific episode. Helped make the show feel new and fresh. But you can only go so far if your show just isn't written well, which is the biggest flaw with this new season. I thought maybe the overarching storyline was a good idea for this show, and I still think that's true, but like, maybe with a new set of writers. Now, let it be known, I thought the Kevin directing plot, although kind of just being shoehorned into the show, was fine. I have no complaints about that, especially since it had a good payoff. The Nick and Macy plot was okay. It kind of felt like a, well, we might as well kind of plot, but even that kind of worked for me, especially because they didn't try to do anything extra with them. It seemed like the obvious choice. I'm cool. Everything involving Joe and Stella, though, which was the main plot of the series, not good at all, man. It's like the writers don't know any other way to add to their relationship than by getting them together and then tearing them apart. Because it happens like 3 times. Season 1, they admit to liking each other, but then Joe has to go on tour. Then Joe tries to ask out Stella when they're together for the first time all summer, and she says no. They then see other people and even more or less repeat similar episodes from season 1, and then they get back together only for Joe's commitment to his acting career ultimately leading to them breaking apart again. And then finally, after like 30 whatever episodes, they get together, and then the season ends. It should not have taken that long, and even if you did want to delay it, don't keep doing the same thing over and over again. It made me really not care about what was happening. Vanessa was a memorable character, and I'd actually go as far to say that I actually liked her. But as soon as she was introduced, I knew exactly how things would end. A lot of TV shows have that one character that's introduced solely for the main character to realize who they really like. Good Luck Charlie did this with that Bo dude in the final season. And while I'm sure stuff like this does happen in real life, this show didn't do anything to make me even buy that Joe liked Vanessa. Like, I'm sure he thought she was pretty, but every girl that Joe has fallen for in this series seemed to have more depth to them. Even the ones that we only saw in one episode. Never really got that vibe that this was his type, to be honest. And I guess maybe that was part of the point, considering Vanessa even said that she was going to break up with him after production ended anyway. But still, I feel like more could have been done to make me buy them as a couple, even if it was just for a short amount of time. And then even taking that plot aside for a sec, I could count on one hand how many episodes this season I found to be engaging. This show had a lot of potential given the upgrade in production, but that was wasted on some really boring plots. LA 100% improved on some things regarding the show, but ultimately the most important thing, that being the writing, is what made another, unfortunately, mediocre season to a rather mediocre show.
Whoa, let's check the possibilities. You can rock out, drive on, race it, get on a roll, go fishing, whatever. Whew, it's your choice at my place, Chuck E. Cheese's, where a kid can be a kid.
So, it's time to ask that question. What exactly happened to Jonas? See, this is actually the first multi-hour video I've done where the show at hand didn't have a finale. Zeke and Luther and Kicking It both had genuine final episodes made to send off the show. But again, Jonas was canceled. So now we have to figure out why. And not that hard to figure out, to be honest. In November 2010, it was announced that Jonas was canceled. Whenever you hear about a show abruptly ending like this, typically the first thing to look at are the ratings. And when you do that, you can easily see that Jonas did not get the same amount of views that other shows on the network had at the time. While some data isn't available, from what we can tell, Wizards, Hannah Montana, and Sweet Life on Deck all had significantly better viewership than Jonas. The viewership also was a lot less consistent, with some episodes going as high as 4.2 million views and others going as low as 2.8. Which sounds like a lot for today's standards, but this was back when cable was big and watching shows when they aired was actually important. DVRs existed back then, but they weren't as mainstream as they were now thanks to things like a YouTube TV. But like, and this goes back to what I said in the intro, the show was about the Jonas Brothers. People who were probably bigger than everyone else on the channel at that time, not named Miley Cyrus. I think one issue why their popularity in music didn't transfer over to TV was because of how many teenage fans the Joe Bros had around this time, who likely weren't interested in watching this show considering it was for 8-year-olds. And like, aggressively for 8-year-olds, even more so than other Disney sitcoms. The format change to LA also probably didn't help, as the young kids that were watching it probably felt it was just a little too mature feeling now. I don't know, they were always at a weird crossroads with this show in terms of its exact demographic. Another big reason why this show didn't last is because, well, after doing research, it's very clear that the Jonas Brothers did not like it. They've made several references to it since this ended, and most of them haven't been positive. In an Amazon special, Nick said that it was the thing that they regretted doing the most, especially that last season. He adds that it stunted their growth and didn't allow them to evolve, with Kevin and Joe mostly agreeing. As I was saying throughout the entire video, they felt like it was just too young and not reflective of who they were at that time. Kevin, though, added something pretty interesting. He said that the show was pitched to them as a way to keep the brand relevant when they weren't touring. And also, to be fair, remember, a lot of these discussions started before they really became mainstream, before Burn It Up, and even before Camp Rock premiered. So the idea to do a show at that time made sense. By the time it came out, they had already outgrown the series. It's different with Hannah Montana, for example. Miley was made a star through that show, whereas this show was just made to capitalize on the success of The Boys, who already had 2 top 10 hits by the time this show aired its first episode. And you know, one thing that really helped drive this point home for me is this thing that I discovered while doing research for this video. I had no idea that these guys performed with the one and only Stevie Wonder at the Grammys in 2009, the same year the show came out. So yes, I do think that this show was kind of a waste of time for them because they truly did not need it. And they were already destined for great things. They were already doing great things. And this show didn't impact any of that positively. If anything, it just took time away from them that they could have used for bigger and more important stuff. This show really did nothing for their careers when you think about it. You could have removed it from their history and nothing would have changed. The band, as they were getting older and more mature, wanted their image and their music to reflect their ages. The show, in a way, prevented that from happening because it displayed them in a really goofy and silly manner that might have led to some people not taking them as seriously as they should, despite their obvious talents. The songs they made for the show just were not as good as the music they released on their real albums. They just felt a notch or two under what I know the band could have probably done. You can only go so far with your music when the network is constantly advertising you towards 8-year-olds. They did the best they could, I'm sure, but can only be under Disney for so long. Understanding that, the band decided to leave Hollywood Records in 2012 to become free agents. They then broke up in 2013, had some success solo music-wise, appeared in a few movies until their return in 2019 with the smash hit song Sucker, which ended up being the band's first #1 hit. And yeah, I feel like that's all I really needed to cover when it comes to them. I don't really need to get into why they broke up because I just don't really care, and it doesn't have much to do with this video. Ultimately, the band had a rather legendary run on the channel, even if you forget about the show. They had both Camp Rock films, plus their insane music catalog, which was obviously filled to the brim with hits. Disney really did change the lives of these dudes, and although it's obvious things didn't go exactly how they wanted it to, and like most stars, had their moments where they struggled with the attention they were getting, both good and bad, mainly talking about the South Park episode, but hey, other stuff happened too, I'm sure. You kind of just have to live with that. They had a dream, and Disney helped them accomplish that. As long as no one got genuinely hurt, they have more than earned the right to look back at their time with the company with pride. And now that I have a significantly better understanding of them, where they came from, and the struggles they faced along the way, I can't help but do that too. Speaking of which, alright, it's the time y'all have been waiting for, or perhaps skip to, the music tier list, baby. Alright, here's how this is going to work. First, I'm going to rank every song in the show. Then I am going to rank every Jonas Brothers album. Originally, I wanted to just only rank their Disney stuff, but did you know what? I might as well just go all in. It would be pretty weird to not acknowledge their new stuff. So, let's get into it.
Hey, I'm Nick. I'm Joe. And I'm Kevin. And we're the Jonas Brothers.
Get ready for an exclusive Disney Channel sneak peek of the new Disney animated movie, Meet the Robinsons, and the world premiere of the Jonas Brothers music video, Kids of the Future, from the movie soundtrack.
Where are we going?
To the future!
Wow!
It's all happening next month.
Right here on Disney Channel.
Okay, so to start us off, we're going to be covering only the songs that were actually a part of the show's like soundtrack. I had to kind of create a tier list of my own because of the fact that one did not exist specifically for the show. However, there is one that has their entire discography in general. So I just had to add all the Jonas songs here. But they already had all the LA songs because technically season 1 never had an official release, unfortunately. I don't know why I said unfortunately. I don't even like most of these songs. But to get us started, I think this is a no-brainer. First of all, we're gonna put Pizza Girl at no, because that song just isn't good at all.
I fell in love with the pizza girl.
It's kind of become a cult favorite over time. I think they even had the actual like Pizza Girl at Jonas Con recently, so that's cool. But yeah, nah, I'm good on that. But on a positive note, Live to Party I think is genuinely one of the best songs like from their Disney era for sure. It's just incredibly catchy. It's not one of their best like well written or whatever. It's pretty generic in terms of lyrics, but it just slaps. And sometimes when you just need something to slap, it slaps. So another song that slaps I'm gonna put up here as well, Keep It Real. You know, it's actually a little funny because it sounds considerably better than like most of the songs that are actually a part of this like soundtrack, at least in season 1. But I think that's probably because of the fact that apparently it's like a real like Jonas song. Not that they didn't work on all these other songs, but there's definitely a difference and you can tell. Lovesick, I just feel is kind of behind what they were actually doing around this time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I don't think that like Lovesick would have really fit on the album that they released around that time. The concept of it is just okay. It's there, you know. It's fine. I'll put it in okay. Tell Me Why. I know a lot of people like this song. I don't. So I'm gonna put it in okay though. I don't hate it for real. Scandinavia, it goes in no. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, what? How can you? It's not good.
I left my heart in Scandinavia.
What to tell you, it's also the only song here aside from Pizza Girl that you can't really just like listen to as a normal song. It's definitely like a soundtrack song. It's a part, you know, of the episode that it was in. It was only for the episode, and you can't really listen to it outside of the episode. Give Love a Try.
Give love a try one more time.
The only thing that is saving this song are the vocals. The vocals are pretty good. I'll put it in okay. I'm not really trying to make that a complaint, more so of just reasoning why I don't like it. I'm not trying to critique it on that because it's supposed to be a slow song, obviously. I'm gonna put it in okay though. Work It Out. I'll put it in not the best, but still good. I think I gave it. I still have the after effects. The little what's it called, like the outline here for Work It Out, because clearly I was trying to just get this done. It's good. It's fine. I think I gave us I think I said it sounded like something off of like Sid the Science Kid, but you know what? Sid the Science Kid had some bangers. So time is on our side. I don't even remember what. Hold on. Okay, after giving it a listen, I've decided. It actually sounds pretty close to the kind of music that they were making around this time. So because of that, I'm going to put it right here. I could totally actually imagine this on the Lions album. But yeah, this is what I have for all the rankings for the songs in season 1. So yeah, I think this is accurate. I think some people are going to try to argue against it, but I don't think there's anything that I could have done where people would not have argued. So next we're going to go to Jonas LA. Now these songs were definitely considerably better than the songs that were in the first season. I actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 tracks off of this album like added onto my playlist. Let's start with those first, low-key. Feeling Alive. This one's really good actually. I can't lie. It's more of like a situational song, you know. It's very epic and grand, which is why I'm glad that they saved it for the last episode. I don't think they could have ended it with any other song where it would have still had, I guess, like that same impact. Another song that I really like, LA Baby. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like that song is still in my rotation. Critical. You know what? I'm not gonna put it up there. I'm gonna put it right here though. Critical is really solid. It feels a lot closer to what a Jonas, song would actually be around this time. And this goes for a lot of the tracks that were on the LA soundtrack. There's no Pizza Girl, there's no like Scandinavia or whatever. They definitely made more of an effort to, as they did with the rest of the show, make sure it aligned closer to where the group was in real life. Which I thought was a good move. They're also Things Will Never Be the Same. The song is actually very good. It's another one that I think is on par with, the kind of music that they were making around this time. I also saw that it was a person that requested the song to be played at one of their recent concerts from last year, which is the thing that they did actually a lot. They would have a moment at every stop during their tour where they would ask for, a fan to request a song. And so they did this a lot. We got to see a couple of the songs that were in the show actually be played because of this. Typically they're not going to play anything from this era. They do not look at it too fondly. Your Biggest Fan's trash. That rap, I'm never gonna forgive everyone involved in that song except China. It's not her fault, but
And love flies, but your love is the highest.
No bars.
None.
Not a bar.
Jonas Summertime, I don't really like that song. I feel like it's the kind of song that you would hear in a non-musical show that has to have a song in it because there's a band that's performing in an episode. It doesn't really sound like a real song, if that makes sense. Next we have Drive. Drive is pretty fun.
Get in the car and drive.
I'll put it in this tier. I might actually add it to my liked songs on Spotify at some point, but a pretty good song. It's also probably the best music video that was in the show as well. So Invisible's okay. Now it's just kind of in the middle when it comes to the songs on the soundtrack.
I'm waiting for the moonlight so I can find you.
I think Invisible by Big Time Rush is probably better. Also, I forgot to mention this in the video, but there was a pretty cool moment during Jonas Con where they actually brought out Big Time Rush, which is pretty cool. Fall is okay. There's also a Big Time Rush song called Fall. I'd probably prefer that one as well.
Sometimes it's okay to fall.
Make It Right, not a fan.
To make it right.
I don't really think it's bad. It's just not a song I would be interested in too much. I'm not gonna have that in my playlist per se, but set this party off. I don't know. I think the other party song of this show, Live to Party, obviously clears. I will put this one in no, just because it sounds like it's trying to be 3 different rock songs. So I don't know, I feel like this song doesn't really have its own identity in a way. Summer Rain.
Yeah, baby, I'm gonna blame it on the summer rain.
Another song that has to do with the summertime. Just okay. Hey You is definitely more memorable, I think, than Summer Rain, but everything that is in the first couple of tiers are songs that I would have in my playlist, but everything else underneath that are songs I just probably would not actually listen to, especially in the okay tier. It's not that these songs are bad, but yeah, it's just not really a big fan. But let's move on to the actual albums. This should be a lot more fun, actually. I'm very excited to do this. Okay, so we got all the albums here, except V, of course. But if all the songs were going to be pom-poms, then maybe it's glad that it never got released. What was going through their heads for pom-poms, bro? Anyway, all right. So their first album is It's About Time. It's not good, but that's okay because it was their first album. It was their first ever album. I mean, just about every album after this, I can appreciate as an adult, just listening for the first time for one reason or another. But this one is just extremely youthful, one day at a time, and what I go to school for. There are very interesting lyrics about, their daily routines that involves eating toast and going to school and doing their homework. It's fun. It's supposed to be, a relatable for their demographic. Yeah, I'm going to put that at 8. This will be last. Around this time, Nick is head and shoulders above Joe in terms of vocal range and overall just talent. You can tell that they were raised in a church and I'm sure they were part of the choir and whatnot because you can hear it in Nick's voice. It's surprisingly powerful for a person that young. Year 3000, a song that obviously isn't technically theirs. It's by Busted. or that song is clearly the best song. And it sounds like the only song that has any money behind it. But it is kind of also a little funny that the best song, and to me the only really good song on the album, is one that they had like almost zero involvement in. The album is just not very good, but that's a good thing. It means that they obviously grew over time. It would be a little weird if I put it at like number 3 or something. This next album though, for me, this one's number 1. I didn't know how or if I would even enjoy it, because looking back on my Spotify, the first half, I didn't really add any of these songs to my like songs playlist. And then so obviously I was aware of songs like SOS and Hold On already, because, you know, they're extremely popular. Now the 5 songs after that, I just kind of, you know, it's okay. But then everything changed once I listened to Games. And then from Games all the way down to the end of the album, actually, I liked all of those songs. I actually really liked a lot of those songs. I heard a lot of influences from bands that I like, actually, which I'm sure that they also are pretty familiar with as well, like New Found Glory, All Time Low. 2 songs in particular that I really want to highlight. Inseparable. It was just screaming like a track I would hear in like a skating video game or something. And the end, like with the synths, oh my gosh, that song is truly one of my favorite. I think that's easily in my top 5. It might honestly be my favorite track from theirs that I didn't already know about before I started this video. Another track I really like is Take a Breath. Yeah, so Take a Breath, there's that moment, the last 20 seconds of the song, I'd say, really reminds me of something from Hello Goodbye. I don't know a lot about the band. I've listened to like one of their albums, but like they do a lot of stuff that involves like synths and stuff like that. And just overall, the production has improved tremendously. So yeah, that's going to be my number 1. Number 2, a little bit longer. First of all, can we talk about how this has one of the greatest album cover arts of all time? Can we talk about that? Like, whoever made this, you are the greatest of all time. The improvements that they made really carried over into this album. Obviously, I have to mention, you know, Burnin' Up. Incredibly catchy. You know, shout out Big Rob. I don't know why I've gotten multiple comments that are talking about how this guy apparently died. Big Rob is not dead. He's very much so still alive. He still performs with them every now and then to do that little rap of his. Pushing Me Away is the song that really reminded me of Yellow Card, though. I don't really know why, it just kind of does. I think the instrumentation is kind of reminiscent of the stuff that they do. BB Good, really good, aside from that one part that's like mad creepy.
I don't want to hurt you. I want to kiss you.
Love Bug is another song that I wanted to point out, and I think that's another song where I think they actually said in an interview that was kind of inspired by My Chemical Romance, another song that I actually really like. Welcome to the Black Parade, like the switch up. So now we have Lines, Vines, and Trying Times. Now this one definitely changes their sound a little bit. It's a little more mature. There's not as many like rock-based songs. There's definitely more horns in the production for it. It's a nice change of sound. I like the maturity level of it. I wasn't really rocking with a good amount of these tracks though, just because for me personally, they didn't really reflect the kind of music that I typically listen to, at least when it comes to this kind of genre. But one song that really grew on me was Paranoid. Now, but Paranoid is good. Really good actually. I liked, you know, this is probably their most mature track, I would say, up until this point, of course. Don't Charge Me for the Crime is very interesting, but I do really want to know the thought process behind, not only are we going to make a song about committing a crime, we're going to get Common on the track. Like, why? You know? I know some people really do like this album, as they should. It's not a bad album, but it just doesn't really align with the kind of stuff that I typically listen to. But there are some truly good tracks on here. We're going to put this one probably at 5 or 4. I might rearrange it later, but I'm gonna put it right there for now. Now we have Jonas LA. Already talked about this album, so I'm not gonna get into it. There are some good songs. Am I crazy for putting it at 4? I think putting this at 4 works for now. Now we have their first album from their comeback, Happiness Begins. Was not really rocking with this album, to be honest, and let me tell you why. So I think I mentioned it in this video, but I used to work at Marshall's. You know that they kind of play the same like 20 songs over and over and over again, and I was at Marshall's for not a long time, but like I was there for a hot minute. So there are some tracks in here that not only do I think actually played at my Marshalls, but just kind of give off that like vibe. But I'll tell you what though, there are a lot of songs on here that I did not know was made by the Jonas Brothers, which is very interesting. Okay, so Sucker, their big comeback single. I don't really think it's that good. I don't think it's that good. I don't think it's anywhere close to being, you know, one of the best songs on. Like, okay, it's fine. It's, you know, I think it's like really overrated, to be honest with you. You know, a song I do like though, Only Human. That is a banger. I don't know where I've heard this one. I think this might have been one that played at Marshall's. I don't know, but it's really good. I like that they're not trying to, unlike pom-poms, go out of their way to show that they're older. It's naturally like more mature. I believe definitely played at Marshall's though. I believe totally played at Marshall's, but I think it was the good Marshalls. So I'm okay with that. So I do have this song in my liked songs because it does kind of remind me of a time that I was interested in. Don't Throw It Away is definitely a song that I associate with the bad Marshalls. Oh man. One day we'll talk about it. I don't like Cool either. Feel like they could have done a little better with that one, but low-key, it might be a bad album. I never thought that anything from 2019 could like sound dated, but this totally sounds like 2019. So because of this, I'll be putting it probably right here. It's definitely the one that of their new era that I like the least. Next, we have the album. What a creative title. I think there were some tracks in here that were genuinely really good. I like Wings. I like Waffle House. You know, those are a couple tracks. Like Waffle House is extremely fun, actually. And next time I go to a Waffle House, I will make sure that I listen to it on the way there. One track that I think is very good, even though I can't necessarily relate to it, Little Bird, right? So with it, obviously, you know, being about all of their kids, you know, really. The fact that they all have kids. I think they're all girls too. I don't have a child, so I can't relate to it at all. However, I'm glad I listened to all their music after I did basically everything else, because, you know, it was interesting to see like their evolution. You know, the fact that they can start from, you know, that's what I go to school for, and then, you know, now they're here making songs like Little Bird. It was very interesting, and I also think it's just a good song. And then Walls is good too, so I'm gonna put this right here at 3. Next, we have Greetings from My Hometown, their album that they released 2025. Well, first of all, No Time to Talk is not very good. It's the example of a song that should just like only exist in that space. You know, no one else should try to make that song. Leave it to the Bee Gees to only make that song. However, there are 2 tracks on here that I particularly really enjoy. I Can't Lose and Love Me to Heaven. Both of them, I think, are 2 of the best tracks that they have in terms of their modern music. But I think ultimately what it comes down to is that the past 3 albums that they created are part of a genre that I'm just now particularly interested in. So because of that, I just think like naturally I'm gonna gravitate towards their punk era and when they were attempting to make those like rock songs, because that's a genre that I like. I definitely clearly prefer their, you know, like pop punk era when they're attempting those like rock tracks. I'm not trying to say that they should go back to that though. I think it would be interesting to maybe hear their attempt at that, especially since, you know, I mean, their vocals have improved, yes, but just completely matured. Which album has Celebration? That one definitely has some very mature sounding vocals. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but Joe was like a very average singer, at least for their first album. Now I think that him and Nick are like neck and neck. I don't think there's one that overshadows the other. Let's see. Am I okay with this final ranking? I think this is accurate for what I like, at least. This is a live album, I think, so I'm obviously not going to include this. No, I think I am very okay with these rankings. Naturally, I expect people to disagree. That's fine. We can talk about it if you want. I respond to a lot of comments, so If you want to talk about this and go, back and forth, I would be more than happy to. But man, interesting experience here, man. I have nothing else to say, so probably gonna end it here. Let's see how I wrap up the rest of this video. Yeah, let's go do that. Well, folks, we have reached the end of the video. What can I say, man? This was a very interesting experience, one that actually went better than I expected. I'm at a point now where I can't even remember a time where I didn't know all this stuff about the Jonas Brothers. Not just because I did all this research, but genuinely because I did become a fan of their music through this project. And I really wasn't expecting to. I thought I'd like their music, but I'm at a point now where if they ever tour again, I'd actually have interest in going to a concert. I think what also helped too is that, and really this wasn't even on purpose, but it just so happened that I did this during the 20th anniversary celebration of the band. In 2025, the band was everywhere, from interviews to magazines, TikToks, commercials, not to mention their involvement in not one, but 2 Disney Plus movies coming up, including Camp Rock 3, which I will certainly make a video on. All of this being due to them celebrating their anniversary. A lot of people were wondering why they popped off so hard last year, and well, this is why. It was all in celebration. Because of this, there was so much Jonas Brothers content available that made this video a lot easier to work on. I couldn't have picked a better time to do it, and it's still crazy to me that this happened out of pure coincidence. My algorithm on Instagram and TikTok were filled to the brim with Jonas Brothers content. To the random videos that Joe would make, to interviews, to that guy who would impersonate them, to that guy who made an odd amount of Jonas Brothers content where he would go back and forth on whether he liked them or not. Sometimes you talk about wanting to go to a Jonas Brothers concert, and other times he said he hated them and he was even banned from attending said concert. So don't really know what was up with him, but shout out to bro, I guess. I got to know these guys, obviously not on a personal level, but in general just a lot better, and not just music wise. I have a lot of newfound respect for them. They weren't like shivering in the streets or anything, but they definitely didn't always have it easy in their first year or two of becoming a band. But their perseverance and determination helped them secure a deal with Disney, which obviously changed their lives. They could have given up, but they never did. And that is a lesson all of us can learn. It's why Hold On is one of my favorite songs from them, because that was clearly about this very thing. I am very glad that I chose this project instead of just another random TV show. With these videos being so long, I want to accomplish something different in each of them, so working on them doesn't become a chore. I want to have a reason for each show I review, at least when it comes to these long videos. Which is why I'll probably never ask you guys which show I should review. I have almost no connection to Hannah Montana, for example, so I cannot, in good faith, justify making a multi-hour video on what is likely a lot of people's favorite childhood show if I can't put elements of myself into it. It wouldn't feel natural, and because of that, I feel it would ruin the quality of the video. But this project right here had a clear goal, and that was to learn everything I could about the Jonas Brothers. Why? Because it's different. I've never done a video where I've had to learn so much about a topic I previously knew nothing about. And that's all I wanted. Something new, so I didn't feel like I was doing the same thing every time. And now that I've accomplished that, time to move on to something else. As for my long videos, I actually already know what I'm going to be doing next year, believe it or not, but we'll save that for another time. I say all that to say though, I definitely still plan on reviewing other shows. It just won't be in this kind of format. Remember my Bucket and Skinner video? Yeah, it would be like that essentially. I already have a few ideas I want to get done this year. So if you're interested to see those projects, hit that subscribe button. Jonas Brothers fans, I'm sorry if I got something wrong or forgot to mention something. I am only a duck after all. All I ask
is when you lay your head on that pillow at night, I gave you everything I had.
You did.
I gave you everything I had.
All right, that is where I will leave things for now, folks. But before I sign off, I would like to dish out some thank yous. First of all, thank you, yes, you, for watching this video. I know it's on the longer side, but I truly do appreciate it. Second, I'd like to thank Shade X for editing portions of this video. You're the real MVP. And then lastly, I'd like to thank the fine people on my Patreon for supporting this video and my channel as a whole. They're able to watch portions of the video months before everyone else, so if you're interested in also being able to do something like that, feel free to join it. Exclusive content also goes in there as well. And I have a TikTok account that I am desperately trying to grow, so follow that as well if you want. Don't forget to like the video if you like the video. And as always, my name is Mr. Nostalgia. And I'm out for now.